but this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
I don't know, dude. What's up, guys? Welcome to stream. Hello to all my beautiful stream babies. Hello, beautiful stream babies. Welcome to stream. My name is Jovan, and welcome to beautiful stream time. We are live here to debate today. It is April 14th. April 14th, 2026. Hey, whoa, 219-327-8005 is the number. We have Pillow on deck screening today. Everybody say W to Pillow for screening. Let's do our daily housekeeping. First and foremost, over on Twitch, shout out to Yemye, B-Spur, and Ferocity for being the first people in Twitch chat today. Hello, y'all. Hello. If you don't know me, hi, my name is Jovan. I'm a fat black leftist who likes debating people on political issues and social issues and really hates dumb people. If you do know me, and this is your second time joining the stream, hey, welcome back. I'm glad I made a good first impression. If this is your third time joining the stream, all right, it's getting a little parasocial now. And if this is your fourth time joining the stream, God, get a life. We are here today to hit these debates up. This is the first stream you've got of me today, but I will be back tonight at 9:30 for Calling It Now with Ari. So be excited for that. We will hopefully have our first episode of The Gauntlet on Friday. I'm trying to confirm everybody that's going to be on the show, but it's like pulling teeth with people to get them to answer a Discord message. But hopefully we'll have our first episode of The Gauntlet on Friday. And remember, if you're here and you're like supporting the show and you're like, I want to support Jovan. I like what Jovan does and I want him to feel supported in that. There's a couple of ways you can do that. What is this? Oh, okay. Couple ways you can do that. Way number one, Cash App and Venmo, which are on screen. Tips are always appreciated, never required. But if you want to just send me a little something and be like, hey, Jovan, thank you so much for the content. Thank you for the arguments. Thank you for educating me. That's the way you could do it. If you wanted to support me on YouTube and have your messages of support be read in a funny voice like this.
Maybe something more like this. Yeah. If you wanted your messages read in a funny voice like this, super chat over on YouTube. I might even do this for Venmos and Cash Apps, but a super chat over on YouTube, and you can have your messages read in a funny voice. In fact, it looks like we already got somebody. It's the Beefy Boy. Say W Pillow. The Beefy Boy. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for saying W to Pillow.
So that's something you can do as well. These are all just ways to support me. Hey, like the live. If you're on YouTube, make sure you're hitting that like button. The more people that like the live, the more calls we're going to get. Call-in line is open, 219-327-8005. Topics today: the Iran war is unjustified, trans men and women are men and women, the Christian God is evil, gender affirming care for minors, MAGA is uneducated, and systemic racism and white privilege is real. We could also talk abortion if you want to talk abortion. We could talk general leftist politics if you wanted to talk that. I could explain to you why capitalism is a flaming piece of dog turd. Ooh, my camera's giving me a low temp warning. Hopefully it doesn't shut down. Hopefully it's not too hot. Uh-oh. I need to get a little mini fan that points at my camera. Or just turn my camera off of 4K. I could just turn the 4K feature off because I don't use it. What the hell? That's not cold. What's in the water? It's just water. Just water, guys. Anarchist Raid, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. By the way, guys, if you're watching the YouTube and you haven't hit the subscribe button, please do that. Good God. I can't tell y'all how much subscriptions help my channel. And I want to get to 100K, dude. I want to have 100K. I want that button. I want that 100K sub button or plaque. I want that plaque, baby. I want it. I want it, chat. Anyway, 219-327-8005. Has anyone called in that's in favor of the Iran war? Yeah, multiple people, because they're idiots. But yes, multiple people have called in support of the Iran war. Mostly because they don't understand anything about the geopolitical landscape of the US and Iran. This one guy is like, well, Iran keeps saying death to America. And I'm like, yeah, that slogan came about when America installed a dictatorship in Iran, when we did a coup and we killed a bunch of Iranians. And so they had a slogan, death to America. Yeah, I probably would too if the United States if another country entered my country and then like put a dictator in charge. I'd probably be really mad at that country. Also, they have no idea what nuclear threat actually means. Also true. Literally true. They don't know what it means when we talk about Iran being a nuclear threat. They don't know what a nuclear threat is. Was it more than one person? A few people have called in about that. But yeah, we're gonna chill and hopefully we're gonna get some calls today. If not, you will see me live again tonight. So then we do still up tonight with Ari to get some calls as well. We fucked up a country and they got mad? No way. Right? Who'da thunk? Who'da thunk? Who'da thought? Look at us. Who would have guessed? Hey, we got Spencer being the first person to break the tip seal today. Let's read Spencer's message.
Whoa. Oh, hi. Spencer said, thank you for the Venmo, said, I covered my baby pig in a layer of gold. And I feel, and I feel kind of bad about it. I guess I have guilt. I don't get it.
Sorry, Spencer. I didn't get it. Send me your favorite corny jokes and I'll read them.
We got a $10 Venmo. Said just supporting the stream. A Krenich on Twitch and YouTube. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, A Krenich. Thank you for the support. It is always appreciated, never required. But thank you so much for supporting the stream and the show. Maybe if we get hit our goals today, I'll do a t-shirt giveaway. It's been a while since we've done a t-shirt giveaway.
You know what I also want to do? And I might do it tonight. I want to go into the Discord, into the Minecraft server that I've seen a bunch of you have been going nuts on. And I want to hide a random chest somewhere random in the world with a free merch code. And whoever gets it, gets it. Phoenix, thank you for becoming a tier 4 member for your 3rd month. A person walks into a bar. Ouch. That's crazy, Phoenix. That's crazy, Phoenix. Oh, looks like we have some issues with the screeners. And Call of Duty is dying. I think it's okay. All right, we got another confirmed yes for the gauntlet on Friday. So sweet. We should be being joined by, so far, the 2 yeses that I have are Alec and Lux. So we got a couple people that'll be on the gauntlet. So hooray.
What the fuck? What's that?
Okay, well, this is a different one.
This is Random Human. Raven, thank you for the Venmo. Since 6 was afraid of 7 because 7 ate 9, but why did 7 eat 9? You need 3 squared meals a day.
Is 9 3 squared?
Is that what I'm
Figuring out here? I think that's what you're telling me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
We have another one from A. Greenwich. H. Greenwich, and one of us sent you sent to. What do you call a bear with no teeth?
a gummy bear?
Leo, thank you for the Venmo. Said, are there still Beyblades in communism? No, we have one communal Beyblade.
One communal Beyblade.
And we all have to share it.
We all have to share the communal Beyblade. Okay. That's the big gift that keeps on giving.
The communal Beyblade. Communism's biggest achievement. Looks like Call Studio might be having some issues, so we're gonna see if we can get through this, if this call can get screened properly. Give it a try again, Pillow. See what happens. I'm not reading no jokes that y'all put in the chat because that feels mean to the people joking on supers and in tips. Where are the maggots? Who we're waiting for them to call in. We have somebody calling. They have to be screened. So what are you guys up to? What are you guys doing today? Do I want to add abolish police, prisons, and ICE back to the list? The list is just getting long, and the longer the list is, the harder it is to read. You know, it's getting long out there. I haven't eaten breakfast yet today. Which is bad. Javon, order food. I don't know what I want.
Raven, oh, that always changes. Raven, said, what happened to the bad rainbow? It went to prison. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Raven, for the tip. And Trinity said, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7 and 11 were a thing till 11 cheated on 7 and 9. And now... What? And now... 9... And wait. And so 9... And so 7, 8, 9 because 9 was doing 11. Okay. Trinity, I gotta be honest. You lost me with that one. Not even gonna hold you. Not even gonna hold you. I'm lost. I don't even know what we're talking about right now. Like, I can't even lose. Thanks for the super chat. This is from Fanatic, from my 4-year-old daughter. Why did the shark blush? Because it couldn't see... because it... Okay, sorry, let me restart. Hold on. New voice. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Why did the shark blush? Because it could see the ocean's bottoms. Big ups to my dog.
Big ups to my dog, bro. Oh wait, we have another one.
That might have been the funniest one I've ever seen. Mira said, this weekend I went to the local zoo. There was a great food stand that had a baguette in a cage. The sign said, bred in captivity. Oh, with yolk. Oh, well, this is a problem.
Pillow is unable to screen, and Winnie won't be here for 30 minutes. Well, I'm just going to try to take this call, and I guess we'll see what happens. So wish me luck. It hasn't been screened, so we're gonna see what happens, I guess. So I guess coming up to the show is Aaron calling in to talk about topic number 3, the Christian God is evil. Aaron, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Aaron, can you just provide me with your age and pronouns?
He, him, 22.
Okay, now Aaron, you're calling to talk about topic number 3, the Christian God being evil, correct?
Yes.
All right, Aaron, are you religious?
Yes, I am.
And what religion do you follow?
I am Catholic.
Okay, no problem. Aaron, I believe the Christian God is indeed an evil God. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Yes, I do disagree. I believe that God's essence is good, so he cannot be evil.
Okay, do you believe God can never commit an evil action ever?
Yep, he can't.
Okay. Do you believe that genocide is evil?
Do I believe genocide is evil?
Yep.
It's morally evil for humans to commit genocide, yes. But what do you define genocide as? Just
so the act in and of itself is not what's evil. It's just if we do it, that's evil.
I would say if God, the author of life, desires to take away life, he has a right to do so.
Based on what?
Based off the fact that he is. It's just a simple statement. He is.
So the creator of a life is allowed to take that life away?
Yes.
So if it's like, I want to kill my kids, I should be able to do that because I created them.
You did. I would not say so, no.
No? Did I not create my kids?
Because I would say author of life in the sense of God, not in the sense of participating.
When you say author of life, what do you mean by that?
Author of life meaning that you were the creator of the soul, you were the creator of all things that are.
Okay, so the creator of life is allowed to brutally torture life as much as he wants.
What do you define as brutal torture?
Does making people suffer endlessly and unneededly count as torture? If I have somebody who is experiencing immense pain because of an action that I did, and I make them suffer that pain when I don't need to, is that torturous?
I don't think all suffering is torturous.
That's not what I asked.
And no, God could not do torture or could make somebody suffer in a brutal sense. It's not possible.
God can't make someone suffer in a
now you have
Okay, well, hold on,
you have
Aaron.
judgment.
If you drowned tomorrow, would that be painful? If you were drowning?
Yes.
Drowning would be painful.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Would the act of suffocating be suffering?
Would it be suffering? Yeah, you would be suffering.
Okay. Did God drown and suffer all of humanity at one point?
Yes.
Okay. So God made people suffer.
He made people suffer, but what do you mean by he made people suffer? Do you mean like in a torturous, like malicious intent?
So wait, do I mean malicious or not? Torturing doesn't need to be malicious. I can torture someone without it being malicious, right? So can God.
Malicious meaning like evil intent that you claim.
I don't, wait. So this is the difference here. It's like when we're talking about the intent, I would say God's intent was to wipe out humanity. And I would say that intention is evil. So yes, I would say God did an act with evil intent. The intent to wipe out an entire species of people because you don't like them is an evil action.
Okay, I mean, I don't see what you're getting at.
Why did God
understand,
flood
yes,
the earth and kill all of the humans? Except for Noah and his family.
because they were all morally degenerate and wrong.
What were
And
they
it was
doing
intrinsic
specifically? There's a
evil.
specific thing they were doing he didn't like.
I'm trying to remember off the top. I guess it had to do with the daughters of men and the sons of God that were with each other.
Yeah, it's because humans and
That was the
angels
only thing I
were
can
were
mention.
fucking, right? Humans and angels were having sex, they were fornicating, and God didn't like this. Why did God create angels with anatomy that allowed them to have sex with humans?
Well, there's actually schools of thought that argue sons of God may not actually be angels. That's more of a low church belief.
What are they then?
Sons of God could be the righteous line of, I think it was of Seth, and then you have the line of Cain, which was already a banished line of people because of their ancestor. That's
So-
the school of thought that I would probably most follow, the Nephilim being a merge of the lines.
So God didn't punish man because they slept with angels. He punished man because they slept with man. So he didn't want man to have free will.
No, it's not about who they slept with. It's about the mixing of very degenerate bad values that could not be just simply unbelief. Like
So he didn't want man
or
to have free
something
will.
like that. No, and I mean that's not what I'm saying.
If people are engaging in free will that you say you want people to have, and then you kill all of them for it, is that free will?
It's free will, but no one forced them to do those things. There's punishment. I have free will. I could go hurt somebody in the street, but I'm going to get arrested.
No, if you face ultimate punishment from a god, if I were to tell you, hey, you have free will, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. And then as soon as you do something you don't like, I interfere. Is that free will?
When did God ever say he won't judge people?
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask about judgment. I asked about interference.
Free will does not entail consequences are removed. I don't know where you get that in the
Okay,
scriptures.
so God says we can do what we want, but if we don't do what he says, he will kill us. That's
You'll
coercion.
be punished, yeah.
No, that's not punishment. He will kill you. He will wipe you out. He didn't just punish these people, he killed them. He killed all of them. So that's not free will, that's coercion. That's do what I say or I kill you. That doesn't seem like a good being to me.
So, I mean, are you saying that? I mean, you don't believe in prisons. I heard your live, so maybe you wouldn't agree.
No,
with me,
I
but
don't believe in
so
prisons.
you
I
think
believe
it's
prisons are ineffective.
so you think coercion, jails and law and all that's coercion?
I think that punishment is ineffective in behavioral changes.
Okay, that's pretty nihilistic. You want to just leave people to go kill for themselves, no punishment?
Nope.
What?
I said punishment is ineffective. If you like, the straw man isn't going to work there. Punishment is an ineffective tool to elicit behavioral changes. Prison is carceral punishment. It is just a form of retributive justice. Doesn't do anything. It doesn't fix behavior. Recidivism rates skyrocket when people go into prison. So it's a useless tool. Instead, what fixes behavior is rehabilitative care. So that I don't believe in prisons because they're not effective tools at behavioral change. God killing everybody doesn't stop everybody from committing these acts. It just kills them because more humans came up who continue to do those acts. All he did was kill them.
But it doesn't prove it's evil. I want to know what moral standard you're going off of.
God's
Specifically,
own
if
moral
you're
standard.
atheist, it would be
I'm going off of
subjective.
God's old moral. Well, every morality is subjective. God's morality is subjective.
No, it's not. It's subjective.
Yes, it is. No, it's subjective
What would make it subjective?
because it's based on a mind. Subjective is something that's mind dependent. God's morality
Do
would
you
be
think
mind
that?
dependent. It's dependent on God's mind, and it
No,
changes.
it's not dependent on God's. It's
Yes,
not
it
dependent on God's
is.
mind, and it doesn't change. You don't
Yes, it
understand the
has.
metaphysics
Hold
of
on,
God,
hold on.
so
Answer me one question. Answer me one question. Is slavery morally permissible under God's eyes?
is it morally permissible?
Yep.
There's no scripture I've ever read that defines God saying it's morally permissible.
You haven't read the Bible.
Yes, I have, front to back.
No, you
You
haven't.
could ask me. Yes, I have.
Leviticus
Why would I lie about
25,
that?
44 to 46.
Yes, and the scriptures that he's regulating doesn't mean he's approving it.
Your male and female slaves may come from the nations around you. From them you may. What does the word may mean? It means allow. You may buy
Allow is-
slaves. God specifically
Allow is
tells
not the
the
same as
Israelites
is.
that they may.
Yes,
No.
but
I
allow.
asked. I asked if it was morally permissible, which just means God is allowing you to do it. That's all morally permissible means. Doesn't mean he's commanding you do it. It means he's saying it's okay to do. This scripture is God directly saying that it is okay to own another human as property and own them as property for life and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
Okay, so if you're using the word permissible, you're not saying that he likes it or he wants it to happen.
Morally permissible mean well, he doesn't dislike it. If he disliked it, he would ban it. Morally permissible means that he says it's okay to do.
I mean, but that just because you dislike something doesn't mean that you completely ban it. That's also
Yes, he
that's
does. He
strawmanning
disliked
God
people
too.
eating. He disliked. What are you talking about? He explicitly bans the things he doesn't like. What do you mean? We have
There are
we have
certain
commandments about it. What is one thing God doesn't like that he doesn't just outwardly ban?
he does. I mean, he
What?
dislikes the fact you're calling him evil, but he hasn't just upright
What?
destroyed you or anybody else.
What are you talking about?
He's giving you the right. You're not listening.
He
sir.
specifically outlaws blasphemy. Me calling him evil is blasphemy. Yes, he does specifically outwardly ban that. I just ignore the ban because I don't believe in him. But yes, God specifically bans me saying that he's an evil God. I thought you read the Bible.
It's not direct verbatim word, and the ban is not happening
What?
to you right now.
That's not what it means. Oh my God, dude. You are struggling here with this apologetics. God has created
scripture are you
moral
talking
laws.
about?
God has created moral laws and said that these are the laws that you must follow in order to enter the kingdom of heaven. Blasphemy is one of those.
Are you talking about blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
Nope, I'm just talking about blasphemy of the Lord in general.
Can you refer to that verse just so I can make sure?
I thought you read the Bible.
I just want to hear you come from it, 'cause
Leviticus
you're the one making it.
24:16. Anyone who blasphemes the name of the Lord must be put to death. The whole community is to stone them.
Yeah, but we're talking about Old Testament law that's already been fulfilled. We're not talking about
Nope,
current day.
nope. The Old Testament law is still in place. Not one jot nor tittle shall change from the law until all is accomplished. That is what Jesus said. He has not accomplished all. Jesus literally said,
Yes,
I will
all has.
change. No, all has not been accomplished because
When you
heaven
went,
and earth are
when
not
you went to
combined.
church,
I didn't
when
go
you
to
went to
church.
church, I remember you're lying. You said you used to be Christian.
Nope, I've never once said I used to be
I've watched.
Christian. Never once. I have never been Christian. I don't know who you're watching. I've been an atheist my entire life.
Okay, I thought I've heard. Okay, well, regardless, whatever church belief you have is wrong. That's premillennialism. We believe that all that's been achieved in the church age.
All that has
already
not been
moved
achieved
on.
because we have not entered the kingdom of heaven. Quite literally,
This
Jesus,
is the
what
kingdom.
Jesus set out to do, what? I don't
The kingdom of
understand how
heaven
people
is
like you guys cannot
the
read your own
church.
book.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't get how you guys can't read your own book.
No, I know you're just misrepresenting beliefs. That's where I can't have a
Nope.
conversation.
You guys
You're
just haven't read your own
misrepresenting.
books.
The kingdom of heaven is what we call the church, and also the church is a manifestation of the kingdom
That's
of
fine,
heaven,
but
which
that's
is,
not what
of course,
Jesus said.
in heaven.
It's not what Jesus
Yes,
said.
it is.
No, it's not.
If you read the books of Paul and you go ahead and concur what's being said, that's the
I
kingdom
have.
of heaven
It's
because
not
it
what
was already brought down.
it's not what Jesus has claimed.
And then why would it say the law's been fulfilled already if he lied?
He didn't say the law's been fulfilled. He said he's come to fulfill the law. He didn't say he did fulfill the law. He said he's come to fulfill it. And part of what he needs to do to fulfill it is to fulfill the prophecies. Part of which being that Jesus is supposed to reunite all the people of Israel from the four corners back to Israel. He hasn't done that. Part of which is being he needs to end all wars and create a kingdom of peace here on earth. He has not done that. So no, he hasn't accomplished the goal that he's set out to do. None of that has happened yet. So no, the law has not been fulfilled yet. And even if he's come to fulfill the law, he still didn't come to abolish it. He still says you have to follow the laws of the prophets, which are Levitical laws.
Yeah, but you're using context when he was still alive at the time.
I'm using context as in none of that has happened yet. In today, the beautiful age of 2026, Jesus has not brought all the Israelite people from the four corners of the earth back to Israel. He has not created a kingdom of peace here on earth. None of that has happened yet. So no, I'm taking what he said he would do and looking to see if he's done it.
That's dispensational. I think you're taking something that has already been done and you're putting it into like.
I'm
every
sorry. Can
single
you tell
person
me
on planet
in
Earth.
what point? Can you tell me in what point of time all of the people of Israel have been brought back from the four corners of the earth back to Israel? When has that happened? Ever?
Well, there's partial fulfillment when you have the people being brought back from like Babylon.
When has it been fulfilled? You can't partially fulfill something. Either it's fulfilled or it's not fulfilled.
Yeah, I mean it was fulfilled at that time, and then it's also fulfilled.
No,
in the sense
it wasn't.
of Christians and people are the whole world is literally Christians, like majority of the world. So there are people from all over Israel.
Right now, all you're trying to do is you're trying to fit in something because you're like, oh shit, he didn't fulfill this. So how can I make it seem like he did when he didn't?
No, that's
he did not. He did not fulfill this.
Wrong.
Unfortunately, it's not. Jesus did not bring all of the people back from the four corners of Israel back to Israel. It's never happened. Not once.
Then I don't know what you've been reading because what
The
do you
Bible.
define Israel as? The literal nation of Israel, or
They define it
defining
in
it
the
as-
Bible as a literal place that the people of Israel will be brought back from the four corners of the earth. He will gather the dispersed of Israel back together. That hasn't happened.
But it literally says the flesh.
He will
of
send his angels and they
Abraham
will
is no
gather
longer
his
flesh.
elect
It's
from the
gonna be
four
those who
winds
believe in Jesus.
from one end of heaven to the other. None of this has happened yet. God will gather the dispersed of Israel from the four corners of the earth. Hasn't happened.
So you still think the Old Testament is in perspective when I don't know what you've been reading unless you're reading like a
The Bible.
Seventh-day
I've been
Adventist
reading
book,
the
I don't know what
Bible.
you're
I've been reading the Bible.
What
I've been
translation
reading
are
the
you
Bible.
reading?
I can pick whatever translation you want. Pick a translation. It's all essentially the same. People who act like the translations make a huge difference are hilarious. Pick a translation, whatever translation you want.
What authority are you speaking on? Like, I
We
don't
can pick
understand.
God's authority, the words God said. That's whose authority. I don't let man translate for me. I take the words of God that he gave to the prophets, which was that one of the messianic prophecies, is that Jesus will bring all of the scattered Jewish people in exile from the four corners of the earth back to Israel. None of that has happened.
And you would say if it's happening, it doesn't matter because it hasn't fully happened.
Because Jesus said not one jot or tittle will be done until all of this is completed. He didn't say not one jot or tittle will be changed when I start to do this. He said not one jot nor tittle will be changed from old law until I have completed this. Hasn't completed it.
Meaning
the Old Testament laws and the laws of the Old Testament stand. And that none of that would matter, right? None of it even matters, even if, let's say, even if they did change. Let's say God changes the laws of the Old Testament. You just proved to me God's morality is subjective because it changes. He changed his mind. He had something at one. Then guess what? Slavery is still okay in God's eyes. If God can't change his mind, then it's okay to own slaves.
You really don't understand eternal and.
Is it okay to own slaves, Aaron? Do you think God thinks it's okay to own slaves?
You're like moving.
Aaron,
away
do you
from the
think
question.
no? That's not moving away from the question. The question at hand is God
I've already
evil?
answered your question previously.
Yeah, you said no, which is untrue based on the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai when he said, yes, you guys can own slaves. And then when he later said, yes, you can beat your slaves. You can beat the shit out of your slaves as long as they don't die in 2 days. If they die after 2 days, then you're golden, but they can't die within 2 days. You can beat the shit out of them. And then when he said, oh, hey, you can have Israelite slaves, but you have to let them go in 7 years, unless they're women, in which case they will be your subservient slaves for life. God said all of this is okay.
I've already answered your questions. There's no point in continuing if you're not going to answer mine.
I've answered every question you've asked me.
You're not.
Name me, pick one question you've asked that I have not answered.
I asked you, I said, do you understand God's being outside of space and time eternalness? He's not changing his mind. And you just went on to slavery.
Yes, because if you're saying, if you don't think that was an answer to your question, then I really don't know how you got through grade school, like specifically. If you're telling me that God's mind never changes and his morality never changes, and you're also telling me that it is currently against the Lord to own slaves, then his morality changed. His mind changed.
You know that? Okay.
Please keep up and have some logic here.
You don't understand eternalness. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not God changing. It's God says he has said and is continuing.
If God says that something is okay and then later says it's not okay, did he change his mind?
You're thinking of him such like a human person.
If God says something is okay, if God says something, well, he did talk directly to Moses. He became a burning bush and spoke words to him. If God says something is okay, if God says something is okay, and then later says it's not okay, Aaron, did he change his mind?
No, because you're not understanding what that means.
My God, Aaron, you are one of the worst apologists I think I've spoken to. This is truly an embarrassment for you.
You don't understand something doesn't make me a worse
This is
apologist.
truly embarrassing. If God exists outside of time and space and slavery is always wrong, why did he tell the Israelites that they could own slaves?
Because that's the way that God decided to reveal himself.
By telling the Israelites it was okay to own and beat people?
No, because you don't understand that the world and the way it existed, how he was, I guess you could say, not managing it, but how he was going to heal society from a certain point of perspective when that's how it was ran.
So it heals society. Wait. No, that's not how it was ran. When did the Israelites form a society, Aaron? What happened immediately before they formed their society?
They were removed from being enslaved by the Egyptians.
So the Israelites didn't own any slaves because they were all just freed slaves. So God could have just told them, don't own slaves. God could have said, hey, now that you are free, don't own any slaves. And they would have been like, cool, because
I mean,
we
they
were just
didn't-
slaves. But instead, God says,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
actually own slaves. So he wasn't regulating anything that existed. The Israelites didn't own slaves. He was giving them carte blanche permission to go and take slaves.
Well, because at that time they didn't have a society; they were part of somebody else's society. Which
No, they
did do
weren't.
Slavery.
No, they weren't. They had created their own society and were walking in the desert for 40 years. Their journey lasted 40 years. They were 40 years removed from Egypt. All God had to tell them was don't go get a slave. Don't do it. But instead he said, you can do it. You can own slaves. You can get your slaves and keep them for life, and you can beat them as long as they don't die in 2 days.
So why do you think he would say they could do those things? I want to know your answer.
Because he's evil. See
Well, that's
point number
wrong.
3.
It's not
God
good.
is evil, and he's
You're not gonna
okay
ever-
with you owning slaves.
And actually, that's a contradiction statement. God can't be evil. If he's evil, then he's not God.
Unfortunately, he just lied to you. You believe everything he said. I don't, because I think critically. If God exists and he exists in the way that the Bible says to him, he's very clearly a liar. Just like he lied to
that's
Adam
your
and Eve.
perspective.
He created the first lie in all of existence. When he lied to Adam and Eve
How
before
did
they
he
ate from the
lie?
fruit. He said, when you eat from this fruit, the day you eat it, you will die. And they did not die. They lived for fucking hundreds of years.
And then what happened after they finished living? They what?
He said, on the day you eat it, you will die. They didn't die that day. They died hundreds
And
of
you
years
never
later.
read this, but you haven't read the scripture. Literally,
I've absolutely read the
God's time and
scripture.
procession is. Yeah, it literally says in like First Peter or one of the Peters that God's time is not on our time. So for him to say a day doesn't mean it's exactly a human
God would have
day.
told them about their day. He would have been clear because God is not a God of confusion, as said so in the Bible. He's not a God of confusion. So he would have
Doesn't
told
mean you
them
understand everything.
from no. Yes, it does. If he's not a God of confusion, it means every word he speaks cannot be misrepresented because he's not a God of confusion. He does not confuse. So when God
That
tells
doesn't
them
make any sense.
the day you eat it, you will, it doesn't make sense that he's not a God of confusion.
No, the fact that just because you're not a God of confusion doesn't mean people won't understand what you're saying.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
It quite
I can
literally
name
means
you-
that.
So you understand everything in rocket science.
No, because rocket science never makes a claim that it's not a science of confusion. That was a really
No, 'cause
stupid thing to
confusion
say,
would be
Aaron.
disorienting. It's not,
That was a
I wouldn't
really
say it's
stupid thing to
disorienting. I'm
just
saying
say.
You don't understand.
If God
it's-
claims that he is not a God of confusion, what does that mean, Aaron? It means he cannot be taken anything that would confuse someone because he is not a God who confuses. He is a God who speaks plainly, and he's a God who tells you exactly what he means. It
I
seems
think
like
there's
you have
no
to make
definition
stuff
of this.
up. It seems like you have to make stuff up in order to fit God into your worldview of him without recognizing that,
it
oh
says
shit, maybe it's
confuses
that
to-
maybe it's
to
that the
make something
Bible
unclear or to make
something unclear.
complicated.
So it's almost like God doesn't make things unclear, Aaron. He doesn't make things complicated. He tells you exactly what he
But that
means.
doesn't mean. I
So
can
if
say
he's
something
going
clearly,
to
which I
say,
haven't, you don't understand.
so
it.
if he's, what does it mean to have something to be stated clearly? It means that it can be, it's understood. It means that the person hearing it understands what you say because you spoke clearly and you did not confuse them. You had to look up
Okay,
the
that's
definition of confusion,
just because I want to
Are
make
you
sure
for
that
real?
what you're saying is wrong.
and you
Dude,
didn't. Instead, you
you're not.
proved my point. That's embarrassing.
There's somebody in the comments that could relate to this. There's no way. That
I don't
you
care
think
about
just
the
'cause
I don't
something
care
is
about the
clear-
people in the comments. If you have to look at the people in the comments, that means you're losing this
Oh,
badly.
guys, he doesn't
Who
care
gives
about
a
you,
who
but
gives a
that's not
fuck
the
about
point.
Yeah, I'll tell the comments right now. I don't give a fuck about the comments. Engage in the conversation. Stop running
I
to the
have
comments
engaged,
and
but you're not
cowering.
listening.
You're running to the comments
Okay,
to
so
cower. I
let
don't
me
give a
ask you a
fuck about the
question.
comments. Come
Okay,
on,
here's the
dude.
question: Are you being confusing right now or no?
I don't claim to be a not confusing being. So if I'm being confusing sometimes, sure, I'm a human. I'm affable. Sometimes I'm probably confusing to people. God is not. God is not a God of
But right-
confusion. Please,
I don't
can you
think
make
you're
your
being
arguments better at
confusing.
all?
Like,
My God. Can you do
It's not a
it? Can you do
competition. I
it?
don't know why you keep mentioning apologetics and stuff like that. We're just conversing.
I didn't just mention apologetics at all just now. Please stop pivoting.
Like
God damn.
prior to that, you did.
Why are we talking about something I mentioned prior? Can we stick on topic? God damn.
You keep mentioning prior stuff. What are you talking about?
Dodge,
I'm trying to move on
dodge,
the topic
dodge,
with
dodge,
eternality, and you
dodge.
mentioned something else.
Golly. How many more dodges are we going to do today?
You've dodged me plenty as well. It's on
I've answered
tape.
every
You
question
can
you've
rerun
asked.
it.
I've answered every question you've asked me.
Not,
I answered
not
every question
really,
you've
though.
asked me. I've answered literally every question you've asked. What does it mean, Aaron, when God says he's not a God of confusion?
That his words are not purposely bewildering people, like to make people confused, to make people not understand them. But that doesn't mean people will guarantee to understand him.
So God speaks plainly so that the people listening to him understand him. So when he tells Adam and Eve, on the day you eat this, you will die, he is speaking to them in their perspective, not his own. He's not saying when you eat this, you will die in 1,000 years, because he would have said that to them. He speaks to what they understand. And they have a concept of day and night because they live on earth. They have a concept of day and night because there's day and night in the Garden of Eden. So if he says on the day you eat it, you will die, and they know what a day is because there is a sun and there is a moon, then it would be confusing if he meant you'll die in 1,000 years. But God is not a God of confusion. He does not speak in a way to purposely confuse. So he wouldn't mean 1,000 years. He would mean one day. He would mean on the day you eat
just
this
answered
fruit,
my whole question.
you will
You
die.
said purposefully. Why'd you say that word?
Because
you
God,
know that
because
just because he
everything
says
God
something
does
doesn't
is
mean people will
purpose.
understand
Everything
it.
God does is purposeful because he has all knowledge. So he would know if the way he is speaking at this time would confuse someone.
Now you're making stuff up. You said that he won't
God has-
purposely. You didn't say he does
Yes,
things purposely. You said he
everything
will
God
not purposely confuse somebody.
there is no such thing as non-purposeful when it comes to a being that has all knowledge. A being that has all knowledge and is all powerful would always, everything he does would be of purpose. So if he's going to talk
he will
to me,
not purposely
holy
confuse
shit.
these people, meaning
Holy
that he
shit,
didn't
dude.
do it, but it
Holy
can
shit,
happen.
dude. Holy shit. You're so bad at this. You're so bad
You're
at this.
bad at this.
You are
You're worse than
actually
me.
terrible at this. You
Now
are
you're just
you
throwing
might be
insults now.
you might be the worst. Yes, because you've given no relevant argument here. So yes, right now I'm throwing insults because your arguments are absolutely like there's zero relevance to them. What I am saying,
You have no
what I am
relevant argument either.
saying, what I am saying, every argument I've given is relevant. You just don't like them because they
No,
break apart your
absolutely.
worldview. What I am saying is that God
Well, it's
has
subjective
foreknowledge.
anyways,
God has foreknowledge of everything. Okay, he's foreknowledge of everything. So God knows if he makes a statement, how that statement will be taken by the person he's speaking to. So if God is, and he will know how that statement is going to be taken by every person who may hear that statement in the future. So he knows, and because he is all powerful and can do anything, he knows the exact way to speak so that it is never misrepresented by anyone who hears it. God knows the exact way to phrase a sentence so that sentence is never misrepresented. And yet, here we have him saying a sentence where he speaks very plainly and says very plainly, you will die, for on the day you eat it, you will die. On the
So was
day.
Peter lying when he said like later that days aren't interpreted as literal to God?
Well, Peter said it later. I don't care what Peter says. Peter's not God. Peter can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Peter's inspired by God.
Peter can say whatever
And
the hell
truth
he
is
wants
truth.
in the New
Truth doesn't
Testament.
change.
Except
Doesn't
your
matter if
truth,
you speak
except
truth
your truth of
yesterday or
God,
20 years
except
ago,
your
it's
truth
still
of God
true.
has changed completely.
I'll leave you to it. You need to study metaphysics and how to understand God.
We haven't been talking about it.
You're
It's such a lazy excuse. If you gotta run. It's so lazy. Go ahead. You just don't understand metaphysics. Might be the laziest shit I've heard all day. Jesus Christ. Please. We don't even know how long Eve lived for. Eve lived longer than Adam. We don't even know how long her lifespan was. It's such a lazy cop-out, dude. My issue with fucking apologists is they can't just be like, yeah, I think maybe my book got some shit wrong. Yeah, the Bible probably got some stuff wrong. Peter wrote this thousands of years after the Old Testament was written. So of course it's not gonna line up because it was written thousands of years later. That's what would have been easy. Seth, thank you for the PayPal, and William, thank you for the Venmo, said, can we be done with this clown? Oh wait, I didn't. We were, but it was because he left. Oh. This is just normal. Okay. Oh. I think voice mod broke. Okay. Here we go. Let's see if this works now. Oh. Oh, okay. William said, can we be done with this clown? I'm so sick of religious people who need to have their own book read to them. True.
You know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of Christians not knowing the meaning of subjective and objective. That's what I'm annoyed with.
And notice how fast he moved away from the slavery topic when he was like, oh shit. It does say you can own slaves. Let me peace out here. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling better than I did last night. We'll see how much energy I have for calling it now later today. We got some keyboard warriors chatting in the YouTube chat. Just let them be keyboard warriors, guys. Just ignore them. If you chat with them in the chat, they get what they want, which is not calling in because, well, it's so, and what gets me too is like, it's okay that God committed genocide. He's allowed to. Okay, I would say that makes him evil. Whether you're allowed to do something or not doesn't change anything. I'd say that makes you evil still. Committing genocide in any way, shape, or form. Killing a bunch of innocent people is always wrong. And they just go, it's only wrong when we do it, guys. It's not wrong when God kills innocent people. It's not wrong then, chat. So we'll let these current calls get through. You'd understand if you knew metaphysics, bro. Bro didn't know what objective and subjective morality is, but said I don't know metaphysics. Get the fuck out of here. It talks about indentured servitude, not about slaves. You're a fucking dumbass. Ebed, the word that's used in the Old Testament, literally translates to both servant and slave. Ebed is the same word used for the Egyptians when they were talking about the Israelite slaves when they were slaves in Egypt. Unless you think Israelite people were just servants in fucking Egypt. It's such a dumb talking point. No, slavery is when you are owning someone as property, and the Israelites were allowed to own other people as property for life. They were able to pass them down to their children as inherited property for life. That's slavery. That's not just indentured servitude, because indentured servitude, you can work your way out of it. When you are perpetually in servitude for life, that's slavery. Such an idiot.
No. Said hello. My favorite part of the Bible is where God gave Cain sick vampire abilities, and then Moses used the Beyblade to split the Red Sea. Mine too.
Mods, throw Power Hustle into another 10-minute timeout. Like, until he says something of substance, throw him out there. Fun fact, we don't even know if Israelites were ever slaves in Egypt. Oh, actually, no. We do, actually. In the time of the Exodus, we know for a fact they were not mass slaves in Israel. There were not mass, there were not mass Israel slaves in Egypt. We know that for a fact, actually. Yes, it was literally chattel slavery, because chattel just means property. So it's literally just chattel slavery. God said you may own people as property. That is chattel slavery. Chattel just means property. Like, that's all chattel means. So it's always so funny to me when someone's like, it's not chattel property. What do you think chattel means? Like, it just means property, dude. Anyway, we got another caller. Calling into the show next, we have Leanne. Leanne is calling to talk about topic number 4, gender affirming care for minors. Leanne, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Sorry, I'm 29 and sorry, I'm not used to answering that. She, her, right? That's how you say it.
Yep, that's how you would say it.
Okay,
now, Leanne, I believe children should be able to receive access to gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Okay, so I agree that, I talked to, the other person that, vetted me. I agree they should get gender affirming care. I'm just against, I guess you would say extreme. Because for me, I have 2 kids. I have a female and a male that, were, when they were born, they said female, male, and stuff. I wouldn't give them top or bottom surgery until they were over the age of 18. I wouldn't say no to, I would never be like, no, you're not you're not this or that. I would accept it and stuff and try to support them. I would get them into therapy and stuff. But until they turn 18 and actually are old enough to decide for themselves, I would not say yes. But that's just me.
Sure. So just a few things. One, bottom surgery is already reserved for people over the age of 18. There are some instances where where people who are 17 can get access to it if the case is extreme enough. But typically, bottom surgery is already reserved for people under the age of 18 or over the age of 18. Sorry. Top surgery is reserved for 15 and up usually, which I have no problem with. I actually think top surgery at 15, I don't see much harm there. We already let kids in this country can get boob jobs with their parents' permission. So I don't see a case of limiting that. If you talk to your child and you say, hey, I don't, 1 second, I'm almost done. If you talk to your child and you guys work out that, hey, I just don't know that this is appropriate. Like, we can do binders, even though those actually might be more harmful than top surgery, or we can do all of these until we can get to that place. That's a conversation between you, your child, and your doctors. But I think if a doctor and a therapist go, hey, we've looked at this, we think this is the proper treatment path for the child, then I would go with what's being recommended from a doctor.
Are you done? May I speak?
Yep.
Okay. So when you say that and stuff, for top surgery is mostly from female to male, right?
Yes. I mean, unless you're getting implants, but most people don't do implants until they're much older because there's going to be some natural breast growth from just going
We're talking about most the minor part of transitioning. Anyway, so for me, I would not. First off, I wouldn't get a boob job myself. Second off, I would tell my daughter no, or my son no, don't get a boob job till you're 18. But that's just me and stuff. But I also feel like on top of that, when for a biological female, when you are 16, 15, and this is just coming from, and I'm just going to use, I don't mean to be offensive. I'm a cis woman. I don't know if that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
And when I was 15 and 16, Did I want to have kids? No way. No way, Jose. No, 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 no. No, I did not want to have kids at all. And now when I'm 29, so actually my son is non-biological. I met him anyway. And then my daughter is biological and stuff. It just is, the thing is that I feel like if female to male transitions, like what do you like, there is some people that detransition, and I feel like if we just reserved that thing for people that are over 18, they would have a little bit more time to actually like just think about what they actually want in life. And I get, you can have a kid. I was adopted from China, and obviously I technically adopted my own kid. So I'm not saying you can't be a parent and not biologically have a kid. That's not what I'm saying.
So
I'm
yeah, but
just
part of
saying
my issue
that-
here is you're making a rule for everybody based on the way your life went, right?
No, I'm not. I'm asking. No. I'm not saying that this is the way my life went. Everybody should do this, because I don't think so. I think that when people are that young at 15, do you really know what your life is going to be? Like when in
there are
20
plenty
years,
of there are plenty of
when you were-
people who
when
at
you were
15 decided
you
they
know
don't
in
want
20
kids
years
and
what your life was
they
going to
don't
be.
want kids. There are plenty of people who for instance, I knew at 15 that I didn't want to have biological children. I'm 33 and I still don't have biological children, and I have no desire to have biological children. None whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. It just is, can you understand that you just used your experience, and can I use my experience? Like, this is what I came
But wait,
from.
I'm using my experience to
You
say we
just-
shouldn't.
You just told me. Well, that's you're singling out like that.
Leanne,
Okay.
I'm using my
I'm
experience to tell you that we
stopping.
shouldn't be setting rules on people, and we shouldn't be saying
You're
that
using your experience, and I'm saying I'm using my experience to say
you're
that
using
other
your
people could have a
experience to
different
set
opinion.
rules on people.
I'm not giving a rule on people. What
You're
rule
saying that
am I
you're
setting on
saying that
people?
you're saying that that people should wait to do this treatment in case they change their mind or regret it or detransition based on an experience that you had. But you are not the norm here.
What do you mean I'm not the norm?
You aren't
I'm a
trans.
normal person.
You're not
You're
trans.
a normal person.
You're not the norm, as in you're not trans. You're not one of these people. So you don't know that your experience can cleanly map on to what they are experiencing. For a lot of them, they are willing to give up the potential of having children, like the potential of any of that, in exchange for the benefits they
what
receive
about-
from gender affirming care.
Sorry, keep speaking. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. That was my mistake.
Yeah,
Keep
my
going. It was
my
my
point
mistake.
is that there are people who are more than willing to give up any chance they may have at biological offspring in order to receive the benefits that they can get from gender affirming care.
Through what? Hormones? Because we're speaking right now. We were speaking
Through hormones, through
originally
surgical
about-
interventions, through whatever it might be.
So for gender affirming care, but you said you don't believe in bottom surgery, at least.
Bottom surgery is
do you?
typically reserved for 18-year-olds because you have to
Okay,
finish
but I
your
want to
growth.
know your opinion on it. Do you think it should
I
be done
follow
for
I
people
follow
that
the
are under 18?
guidelines. I follow the guidelines. So the
No, but I
guidelines
wanna
say
know
8.
what your
That's my
belief is.
opinion. My opinion is I think the guidelines are correct here
Or good.
because you have to wait for
correct. Okay,
full
I didn't
full
know. That's
developmental
just
growth.
what I wanted to know.
So you okay?
We're
but I'm-
debating. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just you told me to call in. I'm giving you my. We're debating. I'm not trying to be offensive. I also really, really like your headphones.
it just doesn't feel like you're taking in what I'm saying as much.
I am, because I'm a very open-minded person and stuff. And to be honest, the way you're talking about it makes
Also
me
very
feel like I
open-mouthed
should just
person,
mind my own
Jesus
damn
Christ.
business, and people should do what they want to do.
I think that
So
we
if you
have
think-
very good medical guidelines around these things.
Well,
And those
isn't
medical
that a good thing that
guidelines.
I should just not. No, I should accept that other people can do what they want to do, and just because it's against what I think is right doesn't matter people are going to do what they want to do. And honestly, if it makes them happy, if it honestly makes people happy and you think that like that's good, then it should. And I'm going to have a more open mind about minors transitioning, not just like like calling them the right gender, like not misgendering them, but also, you know what I mean, supporting like maybe that it is right to, have these surgeries, when you're younger. I wouldn't do it for my kids, but then again, like this is what we're talking about. You have changed my decision, and other parents can decide what they want, and that's not necessarily wrong.
I think that
okay?
I think that it's okay to have a position that I'm just not going to get involved in the way other people live their lives. But I also think that our positions that we hold should be informed by medical and scientific consensus. So my opinion on gender affirming care is the way it is because I have allowed it to be informed by medical and scientific consensus. I think yours should also be that way.
Yeah. So maybe I've been getting my like all my information from like I do watch a lot of like trans people. Like I do. Like I whatever anyway.
What the fuck is going on, bro?
Sorry. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
Okay. We're talking about the fact that
my dog and my daughter were just my dog was just trying to take something from my daughter, and I just lost my train of thought.
It's fine. We're talking about the fact that when you have an opinion on some type of medical care or what it might be, that your opinion should be informed by the science. It should be informed by the academic literature on this thing, and you should let that guide your opinion on a process. It shouldn't be that I have an opinion and I'm going to find stuff that conform to that opinion. So if you're saying like, I'll let them do it, but I believe it's wrong, I think you're only getting half there. I think you need to let the science guide you so that you're not going, it's wrong, when all of the literature that we have actually tells us, oh shit, this is a good thing.
Yeah, so I do remember what I was saying. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so Ruthie, you're okay, honey. You're okay. So what I was saying is that I might then have been reading the wrong literature, because when I've been reading stuff, like I'm not saying like people shouldn't transition, but even with like normal transition, there's so many health concerns. Like people can get, and everybody's over 18, I hope. People can get like they're like from male to female when they take like testosterone, like things can happen down there. And then like even from like female to male, like they can get like what is it called when you can't pee anymore? Like you can't even like I just feel like those decisions of the side effects of just even normal transition can't be really contemplated like in their mind, because everybody, and they say like, oh, like your frontal lobe only comes in when you're 20 or something and stuff like that. But like I don't think people can at 16 or 15 can understand the consequences, and not bad consequences, just consequences, the side effects from transition for the rest of their life. What do you think about that?
When you are undergoing any medical treatment whatsoever, no, it doesn't matter what it is. When you're undergoing that medical treatment, you as the patient make a benefit risk analysis of whatever you're doing. Do the benefits of this care hold on, Leanne, let me finish, please.
Sorry. No, you're right.
Do the benefits of this care outweigh the harms or the risks of this care. Now, when you're under the age of 18, that analysis is made by your parents. Your parents decide, do the benefits outweigh the risk? So when it comes to minors and when it comes to gender affirming care, their parents are making this decision based on the information given by their child about their child's happiness, health, and well-being, the information given by their child's doctors about their child's happiness and well-being, and the information that they've seen about how their child engages in their child's happiness and well-being. So it's up to the parents. So a child's not making this decision on their own. The decision is being made with a team of people, and the team of people is coming up with a best treatment plan to make sure that that child has the most positive outcomes that they can.
Can I speak?
Sure.
So I understand that, and you said that the parents make the decision. I'm a parent. I'm not sure if you are. I think you just said, as I can remember, you don't want to have kids, which is fine. I didn't either at one time, and not that it's like, anyway, sometimes kids can be kids anyway. The thing about it is, though, that if their parents are making the decision, like, that's also where I have the problem, because, and you're gonna say, if you bring up like, oh, like, yeah, it'll be better for them and stuff. Like, I've also gone through a lot of therapy when I was younger. When I was in 6th grade is one of the first time I tried to, say I wanted to, earn myself. But and then I went into treatment. I went to wilderness and stuff. Like, I don't have any. I have other identity issues, but like, I still think that parents should wait. And I don't know, if you want to convince me more, then you can convince me more, or I can just end this call. Because I don't think that at 15 and 16,
so really quickly,
you can honestly decide
Leanne,
what you want for the rest of your life.
Leanne, your thought process right now, your belief that you hold in this.
Tell me what my thought process is.
Your belief that you hold
Because I
in
have
this.
kids.
Whoop-de-doo.
Would I
That doesn't
chop
mean anything.
my daughter's boobs off?
What are you talking about?
If she said it was the right thing to do?
What are you talking
I
about?
would tell her to wait until you really feel like that at 18.
And if your child kills themselves before 18 because they're miserable because you're not allowing them to get transitional therapy, then
Honey,
what?
I've tried to kill myself before.
Whoopee.
Killing yourself is not the answer. Therapy is.
No.
Talking about it. Whether you
Leanne,
transition or not.
Leanne, you need to stop. Leanne,
talk to
Leanne, you need
someone,
to stop because you have no academic understanding of this whatsoever. We have the research on this.
How?
Therapy alone cannot help when you have severe dysphoria. That's why the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, literally the leaders in therapeutic care, recommend gender transition, medical transitional therapy when you have severe enough gender dysphoria.
Yeah, this home. I have to go.
What the fuck just happened, bro? Okay. Let's read it. We had one super chat during that. Let's read it.
Lakupeep sent a $1.99 super chat and said Noah collected 2 of every 8 billion animals. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
If you guys want to send a tip because of that fucking call, please feel free. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What the fuck? Okay. Let's move to the next person, I guess. Jesus. 219-327-8005. The call-in line is still open if you want to chat. Lines are still open. We still have screeners standing by. So if you want to chat, hit the line. Let's bring up our next guest. Coming up next is Sharif. Sharif is calling to talk about the Christian God being evil. Sharif, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 35 and I'm a male. I'm a man.
Great. That did not answer the question I asked, so I'll ask the question again. What are your pronouns, Sharif?
What do you mean with my pronouns?
What are the pronouns you use to refer to yourself in the third person?
Oh, so I am a him that
There we go.
God created me to be.
There we go. Now, Sharif is calling to talk about the Christian God being evil. Sharif, are you Christian?
I am a believer of the Bible. I'm a believer of Jesus Christ. I don't like to use Christian because in America, Western Christianity is watered down. So, yeah, whatever that entails, I'm a believer of the Bible. Run the back.
Great. You believe that everything the Bible says is true?
Yes.
Great. Sharif, I believe based on the Bible that the Christian God is irrevocably evil. I believe he is a hateful, vindictive being who punishes harshly, who is not just, and who commits endless suffering for his own entertainment. Do you agree or disagree? And if you disagree, why?
I completely disagree. And I don't see how you will come to that conclusion if we're going based off of the God of the Bible actually being real. Because if the God that we read about in the Bible, the one that has all understanding, he sees all, he knows all, and he's all powerful, then how could we ever even fathom the question with our minute minds, someone of that capacity?
Great. So you've just made what's called an appeal to mystery assertion. You've essentially locked down all conversation. We can't move forward in the conversation. Why
not?
Because you've made
I
a
mean,
claim.
you said a lot of scriptures earlier, even with the lady that you were just speaking with, and I know she was kind of out there, God bless her soul. But even with just talking about her, you was like, well, based off the APA, this with, proving that, it's best for somebody to go through transition because if that keeps them from killing themselves.
Sharif, you've made an unfalsifiable claim. You've insulated your claim from any critique. When you say God is beyond us, there are reasons God does something we can't understand what those reasons are, so we can't question this. There's no way to argue it. No evidence I present to you of what God does can argue against this claim because you're just going to... Oh, okay.
What evidence can you...
I didn't know that it was...
If you read in the...
That, yeah.
I just got a question real quick. If based off of your understanding of the Bible, if that God was actually real, what could you then say about that God? If the God of the Bible is real and everything that word says is real, what could you argue?
Well, I wouldn't argue that everything that God says is real. I can argue that the God of the Bible is true, right? I can argue in that assumption that this is a real God and the Bible does account for the actions he committed, and also easily say he could be lying about a lot of stuff because there's nothing insulating God from the belief or insulating our beliefs that God is lying. But if you're telling me that we can't have this conversation, right? Because you're saying that
that was bad. I said my best 2 seconds. There you go.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just kind of lost. I'm sorry about that. It was the gentleman that was walking by me. I'm just kind of lost because I mean it's your understanding or your belief versus what anybody that calls in a belief. Which we can still have a casual conversation, and because I mean the conversation is not just for you. It's not just for me. but it's for everybody that's listening, right?
What I'm telling you is I could present you with as much evidence as possible that God has done actions that I and you would consider evil if anybody else does them, and you're just going to default back to, well, God probably had a reason for this that we just can't understand. So it does
But with that same answer, I can show and prove evidence that you'll refute against. And it's kind of pointless even.
But I haven't made an unfalsifiable claim.
It's subjective.
I haven't made an unfalsifiable claim.
So we can't even. So well, let me ask you this: the conversation you had with the gentleman earlier, he was talking about God said in the day that you were going to die, that you eat of this fruit, you're going to die in that same day. Your understanding is that is a literal day.
Yes, it's the only interpretation of that you can take from it, because God speaks it plainly to Adam and Eve, who have a concept of day and night. So if you were to say to them, the day you eat this, that you will die, their understanding would be that you mean day. You mean that by tomorrow I'll be dead. But they don't die.
Well, how could you even have that understanding of it when they existed for God up until that point? Meaning that
because there was day and night in the Garden of Eden.
Earth in 6. Well, I mean, even scientists believe that the Earth has been only existed between 6,000 and 10,000 years. Now, of course, there's many people that's going to say otherwise. But the point that I'm making is
no reputable scientist worth their weight in salt believes that.
No reputable. I could give you 5 to 6 right now.
Do it.
Okay. Dr. Andrew Snelling, Jonathan Sarfati, Danny Faulkner.
Sorry, Dr. Andrew
Austin,
Snelling.
Dr. John Bob. Excuse me.
Dr. Andrew Snelling, who's a young Earth creationist.
Dr. John Baumgartner, a prominent expert in large-scale computational geophysics. These are people that are just pulling out of the window.
I bet you also don't believe in. I bet you also don't believe in carbon dating, right? You probably don't believe in carbon dating.
Well, we both know if we really want to go to carbon dating, and guess what? There's certain things that carbon dating is not exact about. That you can actually get false numbers off of carbon dating. But that's not even the argument. The point I wanted to make is that Adam and Eve existed with God. So they met him every morning in the day in the garden. They had an understanding of things that we don't have an understanding of today.
Did you hear what you just said? They met with God every morning, which means there was a nighttime, which means there's a day and night, which means they have their own, because the sun and the moon were created by this point. And we know that when the sun goes around the earth, that's a day, which means when God speaks to Adam and Eve, or not even Eve, God doesn't give the command to Eve. He only gives it to Adam. So when God says to Adam,
of course,
the day you eat this, you will die. To Adam, a day is a 24-hour period. Now, because God is not a God of, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
The Bible says that a day with the Lord is 1,000. Do you know what that means?
Adam has day and night.
Adam died at 900 and I think 96
Adam
years old.
exists
4
on
years
the
short
earth.
Of 1,000, which was
Adam
actually
exists
the
on the earth.
Day.
Adam exists on the earth. Adam exists in a region where there is a 24-hour cycle of day and night. So when God says day, Adam is going to assume that he means when I wake up, and it's the next day. How would you
assume that Adam would assume that if Adam knew God better than you do?
Because because a day to Adam is 24 hours.
A day to God is 1,000 years.
Doesn't matter what the day is to God. God is not a God of confusion. He would understand
that
Adam. This is so Sharif. God damn! It's so embarrassing when people don't know how to wait their turn in a conversation.
Okay,
no, go ahead. No, it's fine. I interrupted you, interrupting me. So go ahead. Speak whatever you want to say.
You go ahead. No,
Great.
go ahead.
So when God is
Because
not a
I-
God of
go ahead.
yeah, go no, it's cool. Go ahead, Sharif.
No,
Go ahead, say
no,
what you
go
want to
ahead,
say.
because you know it's a delay in the call, so I don't want it to come off like that. Go ahead.
Well, it's not a delay. You directly go in when I'm in the middle of talking, not even when I'm at the end of a sentence. So when God is not a God of confusion, right? When we talk about this in 1 Corinthians, right? When we talk about God being straightforward, when it talks about something being contradictory in the Bible, it physically can't come from God. Physically can't. God speaks directly, God speaks plainly, and God knows the exact way to talk to somebody so that it would not confuse them. So God would have no reason to say day. He would tell Adam that you'll die in 1,000 years. But he doesn't say that.
So where was Adam confused? Show me in scripture. Because my Bible doesn't show or even state that he was confused at what God stated. In fact, God didn't even lie because he died in 96 years, or not right outside of short of 1,000 years, which is a day to the Lord. So
because a day to the
you're
Lord is
implying you're trying
different
to
than a
add-
day to
Wait
Adam.
a minute, you cutting me off.
You asked me
can
a
I finish?
question.
Yeah,
You
but
had
I wasn't finished though.
When
But
you
that's-
have
but
a
that's cool. Go
question
ahead.
mark end your sentence, yes, your sentence needs to be finished because that's you telling
Okay,
giving the other person a question.
Okay, answer the question.
Adam and God have 2 different concepts of what a day is. And nowhere in the Bible does it because Adam's days last 24 hours.
No, when I'm saying how, I'm saying where in the scripture that Adam was like, oh man, I thought I was going to die tomorrow, but I didn't. And verse 3 says, and he lived. And, like, it doesn't say that. Adam wasn't nowhere confused. That's you adding to the scripture to try to make your point across. And it's not so. That's the point that I'm making. But even with the confusion, can I ask you a question? When you state the scripture in 1 Corinthians, and it says God is not the author of confusion, what does confusion mean to you?
Confusion means to speak in a way that is unclear to the people that are hearing you.
Okay. Well, you got to remember that the New Testament is translated in our English from Greek. So that Greek word doesn't mean the confusion that you're talking about. It means disturbance or a state of disorder. So again, you're trying to flip scriptures to make it like fit with your argument, and it's like it doesn't work. And it's bad when you try to break down the Bible. You don't. This is why God says, you know what? This is what Jesus said.
We're not going to do preaching. Sharif, we're not going to do preaching. We're not going to do preaching. We're not going to do preaching.
I'm not preaching.
That is what you're about to. What you're doing is preaching.
I'm not even a preacher. I'm a brother.
This right here. This right here. When you go, when you go, this is why God me. Yeah, that's just preaching.
Well,
okay.
I just quoted what he said in his word. Is that
yes?
That's
like yes.
Didn't you just quote a scripture?
You're using the scripture to try to mean something. To try to be like this, the way that you're acting is see how Jesus said this and he proves that this is preaching.
A scripture about confusion that didn't even mean confusion.
Sharif.
I
can take the same.
Really
I can take Sharif. Goddamn.
I literally just gave you the Greek.
Do I have to mute you, Sharif? Do I have to mute you?
No, go ahead.
Like, do I have to? I could easily say that, yeah, it means disorder. And disorder can also be a case for God speaking plainly. That he wouldn't speak in a way that creates disorder. He wouldn't speak in a way that creates chaos. He wouldn't speak in a way that creates instability. Whether that instability is within the mind, whether that instability is within the world, whether that instability is within the universe. All of this can still map on to the way I'm using the word confusion.
No, not really. Because,
yes, really.
And then you try to twist it.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
really.
you cut me off again?
Wait, can you just tell me what? Don't move till you try to twist it. Just explain why what I'm saying doesn't fit.
You literally just said, well, confusion means, when you're confused and this, and I clearly showed you. I'm like, okay.
What did I say confusion meant?
Disorder. So God doesn't disturb.
What did I say confusion
anything that God
meant?
do? I'm sorry, you cut me off again. Go ahead. It's just
What did I say confusion meant?
Did not you just say, oh, well, confusion means not to be unclear or
You're not even
understanding
listening.
or this, that, and the third? Like,
When I say
that
that
not what
God
you
is
just said?
not, when I say God is not a God of confusion, I say he would, if we're talking about his speech, he would always speak in a way that is clear and in a way that will always be understood by everyone that hears him. Because, as you said, if we're taking the literal Hebrew or the little Greek translation of I think it's akatastasia or whatever, if we're taking
Yeah,
that
you looked it
literal
up,
Greek
yeah.
translation, if we're taking that literal Greek translation, that means disorder, it can mean chaos, it can mean instability. Disorder can fall into the disorder in your, like having disorder in your mind because someone spoke in a way in which confused you or which was unclear. There being chaos in your mind because someone spoke in a way that is unclear. There being instability in your mind because someone spoke in the way that is unclear. You can still fit all of this into the Greek translation.
No, you can't.
Why
And then
can't
you made a false claim on
I don't want
behalf
to stop.
of God
I don't want to hear
by
about the false
saying
claim.
God
Stop,
was-
Sharif.
Let
Stop.
me finish my point.
No,
Why you keep
I don't want to
cutting
hear
me off?
about because you're
I'ma touch on
not
that.
engaging in the fucking conversation, Sharif. How? You said no, you can't. So explain why you can't, Sharif.
Because disturbance doesn't necessarily have to mean that I'm causing someone not to have understanding. Duh. I mean, like how clear does that? Like
Sharif,
you're trying to imply that disturbance means to have a lack of understanding.
Sharif, can instability relate to the instability in one's own mind?
Yeah, instability. Yeah.
So if God is not a God who allows for instability, could this also be equated to God wouldn't allow you to feel instability with his words because he's not a God that allows for instability?
It all depends. The way the Bible works is all depends on the context and the words.
Oh my God! Context is such a lazy. Context is such a lazy goddamn fucking argument. It's such a lazy fucking argument. Every time people go to context, it's because they don't want to engage in the actual argument that's being laid in front of them.
You keep cutting me off because you.
I don't give a fuck about cutting you off. It's not about being scared. I want you to engage in the conversation we're having. Every time you try to move to something else, yes, I'm going to cut you off.
Just 10
every
seconds
time.
ago that I want to touch on. No,
I want you to engage in what we're currently talking about. I want you to engage in what we're currently talking about. I want you to engage in what we're currently talking about. I want you to engage in what is currently being talked about.
That's fine.
That's what I want you to do.
Okay, so
you said no. What I said doesn't fit. I want you to engage in that.
Can I respond? So
not if you're going to be disingenuous.
That one word can mean different things.
It absolutely can mean different things. Who the fuck said it can't?
So what are we
just doing?
talking about?
Are we just doing straw men today? Is just straw manning
So
the only
you're
thing you fucking
implying-
Christians
No, it's
have
not.
anymore?
You're
God damn!
Listen.
All you're doing is
literally
straw
saying
manning.
that word confusion means that all the definitions that's found within that Greek word applies to that one way that you're trying to use it. And I'm telling you that that's not the way language and words work. There's different meanings, and it all depends on the context of whatever is being talked about. But you made a statement earlier that God will never have. I can't even get to it.
Sharif,
I can't get to it.
Has God ever spoken in a way that is confusing to the people hearing it? Ever? Has that ever happened in the Bible?
And that's the point that I was trying to get to.
Where?
He said, okay, can you give me a space to get to it, brother?
Where?
Yes, God says that, guess what? Hearing and they don't hear, and seeing and they can't comprehend. He says, thank God, Jesus says, thank God that these things were hidden from the wise and the prudent. Why do you think Jesus spoke in parables in the midst of people, but then he later broke it down to his disciples? Because it wasn't meant for the people to understand, even though God in the flesh was speaking in the midst of the people. It wasn't for them. But he said, but these things were given to y'all. That's why. So you're trying to imply that God would never speak in a way that an audience may not get it. You just lied.
When God says that somebody hears but they don't,
that question?
I'm literally answering the question, you fucking
with
ignorant slut. I'm answering the question. I'm going to mute you until I'm done answering because I'm in the process of answering you. Okay? Great. So when God says specifically about hearing but not hearing, or not understanding. What he is saying is somebody hears my words, they hear my words clearly, but they don't want to listen to them. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if he's ever said a sentence and said, like, has he ever said to Moses, hey, go do something, or this is what I command, and Moses did something different because Moses or the person hearing him didn't understand what he was saying. The words that he said were unclear, and they were confused about the words that he said. Has that ever happened? The answer is no, it hasn't. Everyone God has given commandments to. No, it hasn't.
Did Jesus speak in
No, it
parables
hasn't.
in the
No,
midst
it
of
hasn't.
people?
I'm not talking
and
about
they didn't
Jesus.
understand anything?
Jesus was a man.
Jesus is
I'm not
God.
talking
What are
about
you
Jesus.
talking about?
Jesus was God in human form.
Jesus was
Jesus was a
God.
man. Jesus was
He was-
fallible.
so he
Jesus
was-
made
so
mistakes.
Time out.
Jesus
time
made
out, time
mistakes.
out.
He
You
was
just
a
said
man.
Jesus was God in human form, right?
Jesus was a man. God did not have the omni properties when he was
Was
Jesus.
Jesus God and
Jesus did not
he
have
did?
the omni.
He didn't have the what?
No,
What property
Jesus
he didn't
did not
have?
have the omni properties. He was not all knowing when he was Jesus.
So
he
he
was not
wasn't-
all seeing when he was Jesus.
he wasn't
was not all
all-knowing?
powerful when he was Jesus. No, he was not. There were tons of stuff
prove
Jesus
to me
didn't
that
know.
Jesus wasn't
There was
all-knowing.
tons of shit Jesus didn't know.
What
What are
did
you
he even
talking
know?
about?
Please don't
What
say,
do you mean? Almost everything.
The time with
Like many humans, Jesus didn't know almost everything. Like almost every human.
that's a blatant lie. Jesus was
It's not.
100% God in the flesh.
It's
He
not.
had a meat suit on, but he was 100% God. And
It's
when he
not.
spoke in the midst of people, did he not speak in a way that they couldn't even understand what he said? Yes or no?
Jesus did not have the omni properties.
When you say omni properties, please break that down. You saying that he
I
didn't
already
know everything?
did break it down. You're not listening. You're just waiting to respond. I already did break it down.
No.
You are quite literally not listening. Jesus was not
So when
all
you say
powerful.
Jesus didn't know
was not all
everything, give
knowing.
me a
And
point
Jesus
that
was
you're
not
saying
all
that he didn't
seeing.
know.
Jesus was not all powerful. He didn't know that the people were
Show me
selling
in the
shit in his
Bible.
temple. He didn't know the
Just
people
like
were
you
selling
told me
shit in
to
his
show you,
temple
and I
because he
went to
didn't
the
know about it
scripture.
until he
Show
got
me where
there.
Jesus
And
didn't
so
know.
I'm telling you, you stupid fuck. Jesus didn't know the people were selling shit in his temple because he didn't know about it till he got there and saw that they were selling shit in his temple. And then he got mad about it. Because he didn't know they were doing
Well,
it. He
how do
didn't
you-
have all
Time
knowledge.
out.
He didn't
Where
have all
in the
knowledge.
Bible
He
said
didn't
he
know
didn't
about
know?
it. If he knew about it, he would have stopped them earlier. But he didn't know about it. He doesn't know until he gets there and he sees that it's happening. So he's not all knowing.
So what
An
made him-
all knowing
what made him-
being,
what made
an
him-
all
what made
knowing
him go there?
being. Is this a
What
fucking
made
bit?
Jesus go to the temple?
Is this a bit? This has to be a bit, bro. This has to be. You're doing a bit right now, right? This is all bullshit. It has to be bullshit.
No, it's definitely not.
It
You
has
gave-
to
you-
be.
you
It
gave
has
some
to be
point
bullshit.
say, oh,
It
the
has
things
to
that
be.
were going on in the
It has
temple,
to be.
he didn't know until he got there, but has no
Has to be
scripture to
bullshit.
prove that. Oh,
It
and
has to
Jesus,
be
when he got
bullshit.
there, he was surprised that they
It
were doing
has to
what
be.
led him to the temple. You don't want to talk
It
about
has to
that,
be.
though.
When he went to the temple, he was expecting to go to a place of worship. He was going to the temple to do what you do at a temple, which is worship. And then when he got there, he saw that they were selling shit in his temple. How would an all-knowing
So,
being
time out.
be surprised about something? You tell me.
So you mean to tell me the same Jesus, before he even met Thomas, knew what Thomas was doing under the tree?
You're pivoting,
And when Thomas
pivoting,
came to him, he
pivoting,
said, "Guess what? I knew-"
pivoting.
What?
We're not talking about that.
I'm not.
Pivoting.
I'm making a
Pivoting.
point.
No, you're
No,
pivoting.
it's not. It's not.
You're pivoting.
So
Did Jesus
you're scared. It's
was
okay to be
Jesus
scared. I know, I was
surprised
scared
when he
before,
got
too.
to the temple?
But-
Yes or
but-
no? Was Jesus
So
surprised
if
when he
a
got to the
God-
temple? Yes or no? Was Jesus
I can't hear
surprised
you.
when he
Say it
got
one
to the
more time.
temple? Was Jesus surprised when he got to the temple? Yes or no?
No, he wasn't surprised.
All right. You never read your own book. Goodbye. There's no reason to talk to somebody who's never read their own book. Straight up. Straight up. Get the fuck out of here. You've never read your book ever. Rain, sorry about that. I missed that. Thank you for the pay to boot. Trinity also, the pay to boot. You guys got it. You've not read your own fucking book. Fucking Christ. No, Jesus definitely knew this was coming. He knew. What do you mean? Fuck. It's so stupid, dude. We're going to do the super chats in 1 second. Everyone's saying that was Andrew. Was that the Andrew from the line? I don't recognize the voice. It's so dumb to make the claim that Jesus had no Jesus absolutely knew what they were doing. He just let it happen, right? He knew what they were doing. He just said, "Why would I stop it?" Someone said, "No, it's not pivoting. He's trying to explain the fact that Jesus didn't know. How did he know what Thomas was doing under the tree? Because he might know some things. I'm not making the claim that Jesus didn't know some things. I'm making the claim that he doesn't have the omni properties. So if there's an example of something Jesus doesn't know, and you move to talk to me about something he does know, that doesn't matter. One example of anything he doesn't know disproves the omni properties. Plain and simple. Is it that you guys are just fucking incapable of following a logic tree? That has to be what it was. That has to be what it is. It has to be. It just has to be that these people don't understand like what logic is. And then watching people use the Bible as like, look, but the Bible says Jesus was in that. First of all, I don't believe in the Bible. Secondly, the Bible's fucking contradicts itself all the fucking time. God damn. All right. And there's somebody doing it again. Look, here's all the times that Jesus knew something. Doesn't matter. If there's one time he doesn't, he's not all knowing. The whole point of Jesus, if we're taking the belief that Jesus is God, which I don't actually believe, I don't hold to that. I think that's a misinterpretation of plenty of passages in the Bible. If we're holding to the belief that Jesus is God in human form, it would still mean he does not have access to the omni properties because he gives up his godhood to be in human form. But now you're claiming, well, Jesus does have the omni properties. He is all knowing, except for the times where he doesn't know something. Then apparently, he's not all knowing. Like, please, dude. It's so fucking stupid, bro. Just straight up. It's so dumb. We could take direct Bible verses if you want. Where Jesus like quite literally has to ask people questions because he doesn't know something. We can take direct words if you want. We can take direct verses here. Let's pull up a direct verse for you. Let's pull it up. Why not? Let's do it. But about the day or hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Damn. So you mean there's something Jesus doesn't know? Damn. So you're telling me Jesus is not all-knowing? Holy shit. Who would have guessed? Except everybody who's ever read the book. Let me rephrase that. Everybody who's ever read the book and can think critically. Wow. No one would know. Not even the angels in heaven nor the Son. Yikes. Who would have, man, damn. Who would have guessed Jesus doesn't know something, guys? Who could have guessed that? Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Randomification said Matthew 8:5-10. Jesus was shocked the soldiers had so much faith in him to heal from a distance, so he literally didn't know that would happen. Happens all the time. Also, I'd say if the son doesn't know something but the father does, pretty clear that they're not the same person. And look, the minute they did it again, the minute you bring up something that contradicts them, they just go, well, you just don't understand the Bible because you're not a believer. So respond to the actual verse, you fucking chuckle fucks. They can't do it. They physically can't do it. Not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son. No one knows. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Put my context. Exactly. Let's bring up the next person. Who do we do next? I'm going to take this call really quickly. I think it'll be a good one. Coming up next is Rachel. Rachel wants to talk about the Christian God being evil. Rachel, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
20 and she, her.
All right. Now, Rachel, are you Christian?
I am, but I have been struggling with my faith a little bit.
Okay.
But I'd say I'm
Rachel,
Christian.
no problem. Rachel, I definitely believe that the Christian God is evil. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
So I disagree that the Christian God is evil. I'm going to lump in Judaism and Islam here too. I disagree with the Abrahamic God being evil on the basis of essentially all three faiths teach, and the core tenets of these faiths are essentially love thy neighbor and, basically treat people with respect are the core teachings of these faiths. Now, there are some elements in these faiths, like how some may be more restrictive towards certain things, but on the whole, these faiths, and by proxy the God that of these faiths, is not totally evil. Now, there's some things you can say isn't totally good, but on the whole, the God isn't totally evil.
Okay, so what I would say, Rachel, is I would say any God who engages in mass genocide, any God who engages in implementing systems of sex slavery, I would say any God who allows for slavery in general, I would say there's no way that this God could be good. I'd say that this outweighs any of the good that they do because they're just causing unnecessary suffering in mass quantities.
Well, Exodus teaches us that, Exodus condemns slavery explicitly. The Hebrew people.
It condemns slavery of the Hebrew people. It doesn't condemn slavery of everybody, just of the Hebrew people.
Yes. And, well, I Well, I mean, yeah, but it feels like it explicitly condemns slavery there, and you had people like
No, because
great people like John Brown.
even in Exodus, when we get into the laws they have about the slaves, like the laws that Moses gives to the Hebrew people about the slaves, it says specifically, when a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. Money in this case is meaning property. So even in Exodus, they're like, yeah, you can have slaves and you can beat them as long as they don't die within 2 days.
Well, that's morally wrong.
Yeah, except like the problem is in Christianity, God doesn't find this morally wrong. God finds this a moral he finds this morally acceptable. This is a moral thing. This is something that you can do, and it does not make you immoral to do.
Yes. And I know you said earlier that, you disagree with, Christ and God being the same, but I do believe essentially that Christ and the God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, that is one and the same, or an aspect of God. And the values that Christ taught us is specifically to love our neighbor, treat people with respect, and essentially live communally,
Sure, I don't deny that Christianity paints God differently. I think what Christianity did is they said, here's what God has always been. We're going to say that he's something else because we want people to follow our belief system.
Mm-hmm.
But they then didn't separate him from the Old Testament, and he's still that same God of the Old Testament. So he still did all of those Old Testament things.
And I mean, so are you in favor of, or I mean, I know you're an atheist, but how do you feel about Gnosticism?
I mean, I don't care what anybody believes at their core. Like, believe what you want to believe. I just think you should have a healthy level of skepticism, and you should always be questioning your beliefs.
Right.
Even if it turned to be the case that the Christian God was real, right, and everything about the Bible says about him is true. If I died and went to heaven, I would still not have faith in him. I would still not believe in him as in like somebody I want to follow, right? Because I'm not just going to take him saying, well, I can do all of these terrible things and it's okay. No, fuck out of here. That's unjust. You can't just make the rule, well, I create justness, and so therefore I can do whatever fucked up thing I want to do. Like, that's like, we wouldn't let that fly with anything else.
Yes.
So yeah, I think as long as you have a healthy level of skepticism, I think believe what you want to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not sure about what to believe. I've been kind of struggling with it, but yeah. Well, still, I still do believe that Jewish people and Muslims are saved, though. In the same way that Christians are saved. But yeah, and I guess that goes against the core teaching of Christianity. But
like, if we're talking about Christianity specifically, there's been no meaningful evidence that's been presented to me let me rephrase that. There's been no compelling evidence, external evidence, that's ever been presented to me that tells me I should believe in God or believe in Christianity. There's nothing that's compelling.
Yeah. And I'm kind of struggling with that too. But I'm still kind of on the fence about it. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could call in. Like, there's only so much I can tell you. I've never deconstructed. I've always been atheist. So, like, I've never had the belief that I've had to deconstruct from. You could call in to any of the. I know that the Line is starting a new show with Justin. What is it called again? It's going to be called like Devangelicals, I think is what they're calling the new show. That's going to be starting soon on Saturdays. which is a full deconstruction show hosted by Justin and others. So that might be one you want to call in about. You could always check out RFR, which helps with people who are deconstructing. My only, like, if you're currently questioning it and thinking about it, you're on the right path, so just keep doing that, right? If your questions lead to you believing further, then okay. And if they lead to you, going to a different belief system, then that's okay.
Yeah. I did call into the line a little bit ago. I called into Takis. It was very helpful. But yeah, just...
is this that Rachel?
Dysphoria and really coming to terms. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Rachel. I didn't recognize you.
But just really coming to terms with gender dysphoria is making me think, I'm kind of wishy-washy on religion right now.
Yeah, I like I said, I would definitely say go. I mean, listen. I've had a lot of people who deconstructed who told me that the reason they deconstructed is because they actually read the Bible. Like for me, it's the second I got to the passage where God commits a genocide, I was like, no. I'm not worshiping a being that does genocide. Nothing will ever make that happen.
Yeah, I've started reading the Quran, but just to understand, get a broader perspective of it. But yeah, I'll let you go. But I hope you have a great day.
No problem, Rachel. Thanks for calling in.
No problem.
All right. Ooh, I still have not eaten yet today. What the fuck? I need lunch. What do I want? I just don't like when I'm in the zone, I don't be thinking. Jovan, ever tried what? Banchan? No, I don't know what that is. Let's take the next call. We just got a bunch of Christians. We're calling in to crash out about their book. Let's take the next call. Coming up next is River. River wants to talk about topic number 3, the Christian God being evil. River, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My name, I'm 26, and I'm a he, him.
All right, River,
Can you hear
are
me?
you... Yes, I can hear you just fine. Are you
Okay,
Christian,
cool.
River?
I am Christian.
Okay, great. I believe the Christian God is evil. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree. I think saying that the Christian God is evil probably comes through your reading of the Old and New Testament on disagreements on the actions of God. And I think the problem with why you believe he's evil versus my view on God and the Bible comes from, my belief on the Bible is I'm a pretty practical person. I see it for what it is, not for whatever, scripture or whatever tradition tells me what to think about the Bible. I have a very text scholarly opinion about it, of exactly what it is and what's trying to be conveyed in the Bible. And I don't think that any of the writers of the Bible at all were writing any kind of history, like ontological, step by step, this actually happened in this way, in the way how we mean it in the modern day.
Okay, so
see
just
that
so
many of the
that
things
I'm
happening in the Bible, especially
understanding,
sorry.
just so that I'm understanding, when you say, like if I were to say God did a flood and killed all the people on the earth, you would say that didn't happen the way that the Bible says it did. What way would that have happened?
No, like the whole flood thing comes from traditions that come out of Mesopotamia
Mm-hmm.
That way predate the Old Testament, and those traditions were kept by Semitic people, and they insert their metaphysics into that scaffolding of the story to convey a message to people.
Okay, cool. If I were to say God created Adam and Eve, told them not to eat from the fruit, they ate from the fruit, and punished everybody for it, would you say that did not happen in the way the Bible writ it?
Adam and Eve didn't exist.
Great. If I were to say that God sent his only begotten son to earth to be crucified to forgive us of our sins, did that happen the way the Bible says it happened?
Probably not. Not in the way of how it happened. The Gospels contradict.
Okay. How are you worshiping the Christian God specifically if we can't, where do you, or let me rephrase that question. What do you base your rules of worship around if we essentially can't look at the Bible as a belief system truth tool? I don't disagree with you on this, by the way. I actually think the way you're saying,
it is a belief system truth tool. It's that the specific historical ontology is being looked at by people who are completely divorced from the people who were writing these things. And because of that, there's a mistranslation and a misunderstanding of the things that are trying to be conveyed. Right?
Are
So,
the
like, for
rules
example, earlier I
Moses
heard you
gave in
say
Leviticus, are those accurate or no?
the rules of Moses are just a Jewish reinterpolation of Hermes Trismegistus. Right? Like that's what they are. Right? We have Greek writers talking about Moses and comparing him to Hermes and saying that he's a mythological lawgiver that all cultures create in order to formulate their, like what Plato talks about, a noble lie, in order to get people to basically conform to a society so they can cohere. Right?
Then,
Like that's
then
what it
again,
is.
I'm just wondering what specific, like
It's
if you could
not
be
like eternally
specific,
true.
if you could be specific to me, what do you base?
Mhm.
Because I assume you believe that there are rules dictated from your God that says this is what you can or cannot do. Where do you get those from?
Well, okay. So, like I said, when I read the Bible, I read it for what it is and for a lot of, like, for example, right, when the Bible says something like, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not worship other gods other than me, all those kinds of things, all that is coming from the perspective of, to put it bluntly, not even Bronze Age savages writing about their beliefs upon the world. Now, how I live my life is I see what those people were thinking at the time, and you trace back a common thread between that methodology of thinking and see how it has transformed over time for modern people in a modern age. It's not like we're selling and dealing in cattle and sheep anymore. We don't do those things anymore. We're completely different people. It's like if we think of it in more logical terms, it would be expecting that if you take a triangle, right, 180-degree triangle, and if you rotate it, and you'll still get 180 degrees. But if you do it to like a square, square is 360 degrees of whatever, that you end up with the degree of a triangle by performing the same action upon it, right? So you have to follow the common thread and see really what's going on.
So essentially,
and that's why, like, the body of a church is kind of what's as important to the Bible.
So you would say that we as humans, have no evidence whatsoever on any actions that might have been taken by God.
Well, when you say by God, let's talk about like the actions of God and just talk about how, like talk about the nature of the Torah and like what it says about itself versus what we know about it, right? So, for example, the Torah was probably compiled in 350 BC in Alexandria, right? It was not written during the time of Moses that it purports itself to have. The time of Moses is like, 1700 BC? Well, the Torah wasn't compiled, and it wasn't even unified until like 350 BC. It was not until 380, people were still calling Exodus fiction, like Christian groups and Jewish groups. They didn't agree on what the Torah was. No one really agglomerated that together until like around the 350s. People started to get it together and kind of see like, okay, well, we kind of want this to be scripture. We kind of don't want this to be scripture. The entire nature of the Torah is a recapitulation of Plato's Timaeus, which is why the Bible starts off, like, in Greek, it says, the world was formless and void. Aora tos kai, akata skewastos, right? I heard you trying to say that. Akata skewastos is how you say that, right? Those are all terms that are used in Plato's Timaeus, which was being compiled at around the same time to talk about how the world and the universe is ultimately a dissolution of chaos into order, which is, entropy, basically. And so it's not saying that God is like a being. When you read things and people and early Christians, like Valentinus, for example, by the way, controversial figure, I know, anybody listening may know about this guy. But he's saying the ontology of God, the Father, is that of a number. Like numbers have a specific kind of mental ontology, not in the same way how things like rocks do. But rocks kind of are the
Okay,
same
River,
way.
River,
Food,
River,
beer, you can
River,
get into
River.
that.
I'm trying to
But that's how it
understand.
is.
I'm trying to understand a few things here. You
Mhm.
don't believe
Pass away.
that Jesus Christ was crucified to heal us of our sins. What makes you specifically a Christian? Why do you believe in Christianity versus the litany of other religions that exist?
Well, I can clarify a specific thing. It's if any Christian is being honest, right? They cannot prove that Jesus Christ even existed, right? They cannot prove it. I'll say this flat out. I take it as faith that Jesus Christ was crucified and died, right, for sins and all that. That's not really all that important to me, the whole sin thing. The way how I see that, right, and the reason why I specifically decide to follow Christianity is because of the metaphysics that Christianity is built on, which is Platonism and Symbolism, right?
Why don't you believe in
Those
any of
ways of looking
any
at
of
the
the
world.
thousands of other religions that believe in that? Why specifically Christianity?
No, I think because it gels well with our cultural situation. I was born in the West. Christianity is a triadic understanding of the universe that exists
so you just
within my
believe in
framework.
so essentially Christianity gels with Christianity, so you believe in Christianity.
No, the West is not Christianity. The West is Christianity is in the West. It's also in the East. Christianity in the East is very different from Western Christianity. They're very different. Eastern Christianity is far more esoteric. They place a lot less emphasis on salvation in the way how we put it. They don't even say that they're saved. It's very different. That's also part of the reason why I think it's an unfair criticism that you make, where you say the Christian God is evil, when Christianity is truly a plurality, and that's been demonstrated in the modern day and throughout all history.
River, you are essentially saying, right, that when we look at Christianity and we look at the beliefs held by Christianity, none of it can be traced back to any practical evidence. None of it can be traced back to any actual truth statements. It can only ever be used as a...
That's not right.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's not right.
What can be traced back to truth?
It's not history. There's different. Is math history?
What can be traced back to truth within your Christian worldview?
So the Platonic assumptions that are made and that are talked about in Timaeus and other Platonic writings. I mean, they're just true on their face. It's kind of like you can take it a priori. I'm a rationalist, right? I don't know if you are. Are you a rationalist?
Be more specific. You're saying the Platonic, like what specifically are you saying is the truth statement? Like, give me the actual truth statements that you're claiming.
It's that the universe, God in its highest sense, the binding thing, ultimate reality, to human beings is ultimately unknowable. That's called the Father, right? It's the all, the everything. There is in everything. It's all. It's in everything, right? It's distributed amongst everything, right? And it's one thing, right? That's the Father, according to the Platonic view, right? There's this omnipotent thing that exists, right? It's not a person, right? It's the Father. It's the birther, the giver of life, everything, right? And that Father has a Son. Logically speaking, if the Father exists, he's unknowable, untouchable, unreachable. There is no.
How do you prove? That the Father gave life?
How do I prove that the Father gave life?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say that's something that I take at face value.
Then, like
right?
I
Where I see
said,
that
so
there's
then,
the
like
world,
I
the world
said,
exists. Well, no, you didn't
so
let me
then,
finish.
like I
You didn't let me
said,
finish.
no, wait, I don't need to let you finish because what I said to you was, how do you prove anything from your belief system is true? You said you can, and this is true. And now I'm asking you how you prove that this is true, and you say, well, I just take it on face value.
Well, no, there's more. There's more because there is a certain part of anything when you're talking about any kind of like logical beginning. You know, you have to
How
take
do you
some things
prove
at
the
face
universe
value
had a
to
beginning?
start. How do I prove that the universe had a beginning?
Mhm.
We have cosmic background radiation, you know, stuff like that. You know,
That would
there
prove
is
that
debate.
wait,
I won't
wait.
lie.
Cosmic background radiation can only prove that the observable universe had a start. I'm asking just in general. It doesn't prove about when the start of pre Big Bang. It doesn't
What do you
prove any of
mean?
that.
Yeah. The
It doesn't.
reason why we say observable universe had a beginning, right? Like, are you saying like, why does it matter of which parts of the universe we're able to observe or not? If this
What?
specific section of the universe had a beginning,
River,
who
that's
cares
not what
about
I'm
what
that's
we
not what
can't
I'm that's
detect?
River, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying pre-Big
Well, what are you
Bang.
saying?
Pre-Big Bang,
Mhm.
right? When the matter of the universe was in the different state to the matter it is now, you have no evidence of when that
That's right.
began. You have no evidence that that has a beginning. You only have evidence of post-Big Bang. That's the only thing we have evidence of. So when I'm asking you how you have evidence of the universe beginning, the universe is not just what happened after the Big Bang. There's also the state the universe was in prior to that. Do you have any,
That's right.
where's our evidence that that has a beginning?
I would say that trying to ultimately prove that there was a definitive beginning, right, of the universe in a true sense, like there was nothing and then there was something. I think that would be really hard to prove, and I don't think I'm smart enough to really argue either way.
Okay, so when my statement was that, how do you, like, what do you have that you can prove? You can't prove that. You've told me that the history is not a provable thing in the Christian religion because most of it's not true. You can't prove to me that the universe has a beginning, therefore you can't prove to me that it has a father, that there is even a father. So that can't be
Well, no,
proven.
that's not true. You're mixing up things. Genesis isn't creation ex nihilo. First off, right? That's that's the whole thing. It says when God began to create. Right?
How do you
And it's
prove
not
that
saying he
God
created
began
something
to
from
create
nothing. It's saying
anything?
that he's organizing chaos into order.
How do you prove
That's what
God
it
did
is.
that?
It's not necessarily like a beginning.
River, how
in
do
the
you
way how we're
prove
thinking.
he
We're thinking,
did that? How do you prove that God did that? How do you prove any of that came from a God?
how do I prove that it came from a God? Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something. Do you like the fact that the world is ordered in the way?
I don't
how
believe
it's
the world
ordered,
is
right?
ordered.
Let's just say it's ordered in any way.
I don't
Let's just
believe
say
it's
that
ordered
the
in any
world,
way.
the universe, whatever. You don't think that it's
I don't
ordered?
believe the
You
world or
believe that it's
universe
ordered?
has any order to it whatsoever. Order would
So,
imply
like,
a mind. I don't believe there is a mind here.
So like positive charge can like does positive or negative charge like what do you mean? Positive and negative
I don't
always
think
come
that
together.
proves an order.
You know, that's an
right?
order. That's a syntax.
I don't believe that proves an order.
Well, what would constitute order for you then? Like that.
If we're saying the universe is ordered, that would mean that there are rules that the universe applies by, and that those rules were set in place before the creation of the universe. I don't believe that's the case.
Also, by the way, when I said God, I told you that God is the all. It is everything. It's not a being. And so when you say like it is created or whatever by a God, you're thinking that I'm thinking of some guy in the sky or something. No, the God is the universe. But
yeah, it's an unfalsifiable claim. So there's nothing I can do to the claim.
No,
God
I'm
is
just
everything.
saying,
God is all. God is the universe.
Okay.
He is everything. That's unfalsifiable.
How is that unfalsifiable? I'm just using a different word than you. You could say universe,
What?
and I'd agree with you.
What? You're saying God is everything. God is all there is. God is the universe. Anything that we observe now counts as God. There is nothing I can give to make a contradiction to that.
Is there anything that you see around you that's not universe? Like, what are you talking about?
What's the point of even changing the word universe to God? What's the necessity here? If you're just claiming
God's
the universe exists, If you're just claiming the universe exists, thus that's God, then there's no reason. We already have a word. We have the word universe. There's no reason for the word God. The only reason we would need the word God is if
You
the
don't have to
universe
use-
is
You
now.
don't have to use the word God if you don't want to.
The
You don't
only
have to.
reason to put the word God there is if we're claiming that this universe was created by some mind. There was some mind that did it, that had intention to what it was doing.
I believe the universe is a mind. The universe is a mind.
Again,
Indistinguishable from a
unfalsifiable.
mind.
This is unfalsifiable.
Is that unfalsifiable? I guess so. I mean, how can we falsify that we have minds? You know, like, how can you falsify that you're real? Other than like making arbitrary metaphysical assumptions like cogito ergo sum, you know, things like that. The only way you can prove it is through axioms, and axioms are unprovable.
Again, there's nothing. If you're just claiming the universe is a mind, there's no test I can do to show you otherwise. You're just claiming that the universe itself is a mind. You're saying it's indistinguishable. That now the universe has some. Do you believe that minds have will?
Yeah, I'd say minds have wills.
What is the will of the
Absolutely.
universe?
To self-generate itself, to propagate itself, to complexify itself.
And how do you prove that that is a part of
Become
its
more
will?
complex over time.
How do you prove that's a part of its will?
Well, I can't prove the will of the universe in the same way how I can't prove your will or even really predict your will, right? But I can assume, right? Like I said from the beginning, you know, I'll tell you flat out. These are assumptions that I've made. You know, I can't prove your will through any means. I can't. I can't prove what's going on in your mind. I can't prove exactly what's going on in God's mind, right? But I can see our trends, right? When we look at geological history, before the Earth, just the sun, ball of dust, you know, the mechanisms of entropy seem to create complexification.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
And
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe the universe has the capability to choose to do things? Does it have the capability to have an intention? Does it have the capability to initiate actions based on some semblance of desire?
I'd say so. I'd say so.
And how do you prove this? Does that mean if the universe wanted to, the universe could change its own laws?
I'd say, yeah, it could. I don't see any reason why, because it's never happened as far as we can tell.
So if it's never happened, how do you know that it could do this?
No, I'm just saying. I'm assuming, yes, it could. I have no reason, like, to believe or even that question. Could it? I don't know. I assume yes.
What are you making that assumption based on?
The necessary rules that
What are
were
you?
made.
Hold on. What are you making
Why?
that assumption based on?
Because the laws of physics are like totally arbitrary.
What makes them arbitrary? So the universe is ordered, but the laws of physics are arbitrary.
Well, yeah, that's like how axioms work, right? You have all these weird arbitrary rules that you string together through syntax, right? Which is what the order is. It's like the syntax
What
of
makes
the universe.
what makes the rules of the
Positives always
universe
go
arbitrary? Which
away,
specific
positives and
rules of the
positives
universe?
Go away, negative, away. You know,
Which
stuff like that.
specific
It's hard.
rules of the universe are arbitrary? Give me some specifics.
This isn't really a universal concept. Let's just talk about the Earth, right? Like, gravity. You know, 9.8 meters per second squared. Like, why? If you try to ask why is it that way, the answer is because it is.
How does that make it arbitrary?
Because it's not really based on anything. It's based on what is. You know, as far as we can tell. You know.
Wait.
Wait,
How are you defining arbitrary
No.
right now?
Like,
How are you defining arbitrary right now?
like there's no reason why, right? It is that way, right? It just is, right? Like, why? Yeah, it's just kind of arbitrary. Why is it that way? And
Okay.
you can just say.
And
simply
you're
because it
saying
is
that there
way.
was an intelligent
Right? Charges
mind
like
that
that.
created that equation, that created these equations, and that is the universe. And if the
don't
universe
see-
wanted to, it could change those equations.
Like I said before, I don't know if it would change or could change or whatever. I say it probably could because it seems very arbitrary a lot of like the constants and stuff are pretty arbitrary. So I assume so, but it's never happened. Not counting on it. But anything's possible as far as I'm concerned. But I'm not counting on it.
So, just seems like we're back to the unfalsifiable aspect of the claim.
This isn't like I said. I said from the very beginning.
What is
There's lots of
unfalsifiable?
things that are unfalsifiable that you take for granted, right? Like everybody does.
Wait, none of that matters. What is unfalsifiable?
Well, no,
mean?
I'm just saying. I mean, you can't run a test to prove me wrong. You can't set up like a set of lasers and mirrors to prove what I'm saying is either right or wrong.
Not even just that. Like I can't form a test here, right? It's not even just that. Like, yes, it's that I can't form a test, but there's nothing I can do to challenge your beliefs here. Like, there's no challenge that can be made because anything I say, you just revert back to, well, yeah, but I believe the universe is a mind, so obviously the universe would work this way.
Well, okay. Well, this is kind of how these things work, right? Like, let me ask you something. Like, are mathematical truths falsifiable? Yes or no? Like, this should be easy for you. They're not falsifiable?
I don't know.
Like within the rules and the confines of math.
I don't do philosophy.
If
so
I make a mathematical
really
proof, and if it's just flat wrong, I'm sorry. Were you talking? My headphones.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't do philosophy, so I don't care. Like typically,
well,
I don't care.
God is a philosophical topic. Like
that doesn't mean I engage in. That doesn't mean I engage in.
You're going to argue me on
Jesus
math,
Christ.
and
okay,
you
River.
don't know math.
There's something you got to know here when it comes to debate stuff. Okay, we have these things called Phil Bros, right? You're engaging in a bit of Phil Bro-ish behavior.
What's wrong with philosophy? I mean, philosophy.
I didn't say there was
totally
something wrong with
valid and
philosophy.
real.
I said you're engaging in Phil Bro behavior.
Oh, well, how can I correct that?
I don't know that you would be able to.
Oh, well, I guess whatever. I feel like that's just you're not engaging with me, really. You're just saying like it's unfalsifiable because what I'm saying doesn't have like
no, because
an
you just
empirical
default
truth to it. I'll give you
back
that
to
every
it.
day of the week.
No, wait, you don't have truth to it. I asked you what your evidence is, and you just said, "Well, just I just look at it, and this is what it seems." And so I have faith that this is the case.
God is not empirical. Like this is part of the problem. God is not an empirical.
So
thing.
you have no evidence. You believe in Christianity, but not in the way that Christianity is actually written. You don't actually believe in the Bible. You don't believe in what the Bible says.
I do believe in the Bible. You're strawmanning me right now, and it's
don't.
Kind of offensive, actually.
No, you don't. See, this is what we're talking about, River. Right now,
no,
let me tell you. Let me, River, stop, 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 River, stop. Let me explain to you how you don't feel, bro. Part of what you're doing right now is how you don't feel, bro. When you come into a conversation and your goal is to win the conversation, right? That's partly what Phil Bros do. You're not coming in here to
how am I trying to win?
River, what you did just there.
Well, you're engaging in a conversation you don't know anything about.
River, what you're doing right now. River, you're doing it. River, you're doing it. River, you're doing it. You're doing it. I'm sure you asked me. You asked me how you could not do it, and you just keep doing it. Right? You're like, how do I not Phil Bro? Well, here's how you don't Phil Bro. Well, I'm going to Phil Bro anyway. Right? You're not having the conversation because you want to convince me of your position. That's not what you want to do. And you took my topic, which is the Christian God is evil, which is something we haven't talked about, like not once, because you don't believe in the Christian God. You don't believe. No, you don't, River.
You make these assumptions.
No, you don't,
the Bible
River.
That are incorrect. That were
River,
never
you
intended
don't.
By the writers of these.
River. You do not believe in the Christian God. You can say it all day and all night that you do. You don't. You don't believe Jesus.
Yeah.
You don't believe Jesus
you
Christ.
Think that all of Christianity is some warped version of American Protestantism. That's stupid.
River. You don't believe in Jesus Christ.
I do believe in Jesus Christ. See,
based on what, River? Based on what, River?
Based on what? Because of my faith. I told you that from the very beginning.
River, you cannot, in the same breath, go, the Bible is not accurate or true, but I have faith that the Jesus tale is.
You just said that I said the Bible isn't true. I said the Bible isn't history. It is not true.
River, is the history of Christ real?
Dude, I can't say
Did Jesus do the things Did Jesus do the things the Bible claims he did?
I can't say so. And any Christian, if you
Exactly,
put them to the max,
River,
they'll tell you
River,
it's faith.
River.
It's faith,
You
man.
believe you cherry pick which parts of the book you want to believe or not believe. You cherry pick which parts of the book you
Tell me
believe are
what's-
historically accurate and not. You have faith that the tales of Jesus are historically accurate, but you don't have faith that the Old Testament is historically accurate. You don't have faith that like half the other tales in the New Testament are probably historically accurate, but you have faith that the Jesus tales are historically accurate because it conforms to your
No,
worldview.
I told you from the very beginning that the Gospels contradict each other.
Then
and
what
that they are
part
not
of the Gospels do
historically
you
accurate.
believe? Which part of the Gospels do you believe is true?
What do I believe most of the moral teachings probably are true. Go back to Jesus. I believe the kingdom of
How do
heaven
you
is
know?
inside
How
of
do you know that those
things
moral
like that. The
teachings?
esoteric
How do you know
teachings
that?
of Christ, you
Wait,
know?
how do you know that those moral teachings were what Christ actually taught? You don't.
Don't know. It doesn't matter if it's actually
At
Christ
least
or not.
when somebody tells me they believe in the Bible, that's how I know they know. They know because they believe that this work is inspired by God and the texts are true. You don't.
Yeah,
You're
it's
just
inspired by God
cherry
and it is
picking
true. It's just
because
not
you were
history.
born in a society that is Christian. So you thought, how can I fit my worldview, which is very clearly opposite that of the worldview of Christianity, to Christianity? It is, River. And
Well,
so I'm going to
you
move
said
on.
earlier that you've always been
I
an
don't care.
atheist.
I don't care, River. Someone paid to move on. So I'm moving on. Shout out to Cameron. I'm moving on. Like, I believe in everything the Bible tells me except for all of these things, and I have faith that everything else is true except for all of these things. I don't know why I have faith that this is all true because I can't prove it because of these things. Like, it's nonsense for the sake of nonsense, bro. I forgot to end the call. This is why I like I need to adopt Dalton's philosophy tools, the way he handles the Philbro conversations, like his rules. I need to just straight up steal them from Dalton. I'll bully you too, Reggie. Here we go. I'm gonna remove your freedom of speech. There, I bullied you, Reggie. There you go. Oh, you did? Hold on, let me look. Oh, yeah, you did. Taylor said, "This is for ignorant slut because it, it made me ugly laugh." All of the history of this is wrong, but apparently the history of Jesus we have to have faith on. Like, it's so ass backwards, dude. Dalton has like 5 rules, I think, for Phil Bros, and then he starts a 5-minute timer. If I'm remembering correctly, his rules are you're not trying to win the debate, you're trying to convince me to change my position to your position, which I think that's the one that disarms Phil Bros the most. He says, what are the other ones? He says you can't use jargon. You have to talk to me as if I have no clue what you're talking about. Speak to me like I'm your grandmother. He's a 5 minutes is one of the rules. And then I don't remember what the other 2 rules. I think he has 5. No trying to win, no using long words without definitions. I don't remember the other. Yeah. No quick talking. Although I wouldn't say that he was quick talking. We're gonna take the next call. I'm just taking a second. But yeah, that's it. It's my big issue is we're just like sitting here like, well, I believe that God is just the universe. Okay, why do you need the term God? Because you think it's, and then to go on to say, I think well, I think God existed beforehand means that God and the universe are not the same being, unless God willingly changed himself into the universe. It's just dumb. No gish galloping is one of them. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what other calls we got. I eventually have to get off stream, but I guess no time soon. Just with enough time that I can get a nap in before the 9:30 show. Let's take the next call. Coming up next is Jordan. Jordan is calling to talk about topic number 5, MAGA being uneducated. Jordan, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm a man. I'm 30.
All right. What are your man pronouns?
The normal man pronouns.
Which would be what?
I assume you're educated, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the question
You're
again.
educated on the conventional man pronoun.
I'm gonna have to ask the question again, Jordan. What are your pronouns?
Well, as far as I've been educated, you refer to a man as sir, correct?
Jordan, I'm just gonna ask the question again. What are your pronouns?
How about you go down the list of how many pronouns there are for me to choose from? and then I'll
Jordan,
tell
I'm
you.
just going to ask the question again, and hopefully after the 4th time, you can actually give a straightforward answer. What are your pronouns?
Okay, here, I'm going to Google what are the pronouns for a man. Just give me a second.
Jordan, I'm just going to ask the question a 5th time, and maybe after the 5th
Hold
time,
on,
you can
hold on,
answer
hold
it
on, hold on.
directly.
See, because, right, hold on.
Jordan, I'm just going to ask the question a 5th time, and maybe
Pronouns
after
for
the
a
5th
man.
time, you can answer directly. Jordan, what are your pronouns?
Okay, so the Google result is the pronouns typically used for males are he, him, and his. So I guess those would be my pronouns.
So, Jordan, what are your pronouns?
Google tells me that the typical pronouns for a male are he, him, and his. So that's what I'm going with.
Great. I want just a direct answer to the question when I ask it this next time. I don't want
just
Google
answered it
tells
twice.
me. I don't want Google tells
He,
me.
him,
I don't
and
want any
his.
of that. There we go.
He, him, and his.
2
Yep,
minutes
that's what
to
Google
get you
says
to directly answer a question
what
is embarrassing. 2 minutes to get you to
those are
directly
the
answer a
pronouns
question is
typically
very
used for males.
embarrassing.
So since it says that that's
2
typically used
minutes.
for
It
males,
took 2 minutes
that's
to get
easy
you to answer a question you were asked directly. I don't have much faith in the rest
No,
of
I
this call.
answered
It took
several times
2
in a row.
minutes for you to answer the question I asked you directly. It took
So
2 minutes for that.
I have a question for you.
It
So
took
if Google tells me that if I tell you that I'm a man, the typical
took
pronouns are
2
he, him, and his,
minutes.
and I
It
say
took-
I use the typical pronouns.
It took
is
2 minutes.
Is that acceptable or
It
is that
took
not a straight answer?
120 seconds to get you to directly answer the question that I had asked you. I have not much faith for the rest of the call, but we will see how this goes. I have a feeling you're going to avoid answering questions directly, like you avoided answering the
No,
first
you're the one
question
avoiding
directly.
to answer your question.
I
I'm
have a
asking
feeling
you
you're going
if
to
the-
avoid answering questions directly, like you avoided
Okay, well,
answering the
your current-
first question asked
I
of you
answered your question
directly.
3
You
times
did
in a
not
row
answer
with
the
another
question
3
directly
times
at
in the
all.
head of it,
You did
telling
not
you that
answer
I'm a man.
directly. You did not
I
answer
told you that
directly
I'm a
at
man.
all.
So
I
I
have a
already
feeling
told you
that's
that I
the way
use
the
the
rest of the
typical
call is going to
pronouns
go.
for man.
If I have to mute you, Jordan, so that you learn your place in this call, I will. You're currently muted to learn your place in this call. Answering I'm a man when asked your pronouns is not a direct answer. That'd be like saying, what kind of car do you drive? A red one. It's not a direct answer to the question I asked you. So the question I asked you was your pronouns, and you instead said, I'm a man. That doesn't answer my question. The answer to the question, what are your pronouns, would be to list off specific pronouns. You couldn't do that without a Google search. I don't have a lot of faith in this call. The question now is you're calling about topic number 5, MAGA being uneducated. I don't even want to get to there first. Did you vote in the 2024 election, yes or no? You're unmuted now to answer that question.
I did not vote, and in addition to that,
I don't need
I'm
additions.
gonna
I asked
continue
I asked a
to
closed-ended question. I'm gonna have to mute you. I asked you a closed-ended question. I don't need additions to it. Question number 2. Did you vote in the 2020 election? Yes or no?
if Google tells me that males have
Okay, gonna have to keep muting you. As I said, Jordan has an inability to directly answer questions, and instead he's going to try to, I don't even know what he's trying to do, but it's clear that he has an inability to directly answer a question. So we'll try one more time to see if Jordan can directly answer the question. Jordan, the question that you are to answer right now, which is a close-ended question, it's a yes or no, is did you vote in the 2020 election? Yes or no?
no, and I also
Don't need an and I. It was not an open-ended question. It was not a question that calls for you to explain. So Jordan did not vote in 2024. Jordan did not vote in 2020. Final question, Jordan. Did you vote in the 2016 election? Yes or no? Close-ended question. I don't need an and. No.
and I'm
Beautiful.
answering
Don't
your
need an
question.
and I. Don't need an and I. Don't need an and I. It's a close-ended question. Jordan did not vote in any election. We have that here now. So that's good to know. Jordan, I believe MAGA is uneducated. Do you disagree? And if so, why? That was an open-ended question, Jordan. That question you can give an elaboration to because it was open-ended. So
Okay.
now you may answer
So here we
that
go.
question.
So these are the pronouns typically used for males. He, him,
Okay,
and his.
Jordan, I'm going to mute you again. That's not the question you were asked. It's not the question you were asked, Jordan. The question you were asked is did you vote? Or no, I'm sorry, we went through that. The question you were asked is do you disagree with the statement MAGA is uneducated? And if you do disagree, why? That's the question you were asked. If you say anything else and try to answer anything else, you're just going to get muted again. So that is the question. Do you disagree with the point that MAGA is uneducated? And if so, why?
Do I get to
Now
tell you why
may
or not?
That's what an open-ended question is. I need to know, do you disagree?
So
And if
am I
so,
allowed
why
to
you
tell you why or
disagree?
not?
If you actually
Am I
answer
allowed to tell you
that
why or not?
question, if you answer
You're gonna mute me
that
again?
question, if you don't answer that question, I will.
Yeah, so I'm answering that question. So
No, you're
what
not.
what I'm saying is that I would say that 99%, maybe 100% of MAGA is educated on the most common pronouns for men to be used.
Okay.
I would say that
So you're not
99
answering the
I would say
question.
that
Goodbye, Jordan.
If there's any question about
See ya. If you cannot answer the question, goodbye. Thanks for playing. Maybe next time you will come with an answer to the questions that are asked of you. Bro, it's so simple. You're asked a very specific question. Now, the pronoun litmus test is a very simple one. I ask you a direct question. See if you can give me a direct answer. If you can't give me a direct answer, it tells me how the rest of the conversation is going to go, as Jordan's did. It told me that Jordan could not engage honestly because the answer to what are your pronouns is listing the pronouns. It is not, well, I'm a man. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I didn't ask what your gender was. I didn't ask if you're a man. I didn't ask if you're a woman. It's not what I asked. Let's take the next call. Ugh. All right. Ugh. All right. My stomach is actually growling, dude. If I don't order food, oopsies. I'm ordering food right now, chat. Right now, here we go. Ordering food right now, chat. Y'all gonna have to wait for me to order food before we continue. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Done. There we go. Okay. Let's do this. Coming up next, we have Jessica. Jessica's calling to talk about trans men and women being men and women. Jessica, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
30, they, there.
Okay, now Jessica, you did call previously with a different name. Why is that?
All right, it's hard to talk about. I called a while ago, but I have been transitioning, and my whole family has disowned me at this point. But that's not
Okay.
something I want to talk about.
Okay, I will tentatively believe you. Jessica, you're calling about topic number 1, trans men and women being men and women. You told
No, I
me.
see. Topic one is the Iran war is unjustified. Maybe
Oh, I'm sorry.
saying
Not
that wrong.
topic 1. Sorry, topic 2. Sorry, my apologies. You're calling about topic number 2, correct?
Mainly, I wanted to speak about number 1.
Okay, that's not what
But
you
yes.
told the screener.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking about things, and I don't know. I'm
I
kind
just
of a mental wreck.
I just want to. This is not. There's no shame here. Okay, I want this to be known. But you specifically told the screener that you're either born how you're born or you're living a life of delusion. And you're telling me this as somebody
Yeah,
who says
I
they are
just-
currently undergoing transition.
I've just learned to hate myself, and I just hate myself every day that I wake up, and I think everyone tells me what I'm doing is wrong. And sometimes I believe it, and sometimes I don't.
Okay.
I started hormone replacement therapy 2 weeks ago. But everyone in my family, they're all conservative Christians. I don't know.
Because on March 31st, you called to tell me that you're a transracial black man born in a white man's body.
Well, yes, because growing up, my stepfather and all his family was obviously black, so I feel like I identify more with them and people judge me for it and don't accept it. I see myself as a black trans woman.
You understand why I don't trust this call, right?
I feel like you're being a little transphobic.
You think based on all of the evidence that has been laid out before me, such as what you told the call-in screener this time, what you told the call-in screener last time, and what you've told me now, you think it would be transphobic to be weary of the conversation.
Yes, and I know it's not on your list, but I think you should talk about DEI and affirmative action more. I've been a big proponent of damn it, fucking fly, pushing it for having DEI in the NBA because it's 90% black. So I think that they should have DEI and affirmative action to make it more.
So I'm just
fair
gonna
for white
keep it a
people.
$1.50 here, right? My time is more valuable than what you're trying to waste of it. So I'm going to hang up the call.
All right, there should be
Just so you're
affirmative
aware.
action for the NBA because there's too many blacks.
Wonderful. Thank you for proving that I was correct to be wary of the call. Enjoy whatever hell you live in. Gotta wake up a lot earlier to troll. That's all I'm saying. If that number ever calls in again, screeners, that's a $20 waste my time tax for them to ever get back on stream. So either they pay $20 for the waste your time tax, or they never get on screen again. It's just fully. Also, YouTube, we are going to do all the super chats towards the end. There's just a lot of them, so I'm going to do them all in one big lump at the end, just so you're aware. Let's see what we got here. By the way, if you're watching on Instagram, you should come over to the Twitch or the YouTube. Just saying. It's a better experience. My food will be here in 15 minutes, so let's see how this next call goes. Coming up next is Rehoboam, I think is that Rehoboam? I don't know. Calling out the Christian God being evil. How do you pronounce that? Rehoboam?
Okay. To round her out, right? See how it feels
Hello?
on it. I ran into a couple issues already with it, so I don't know if that's
Okay, I feel like I shouldn't be a part of that conversation. So never mind. Riz, thank you for the Venmo. Said, tell us a joke real quick. Sure. My sleep schedule. All right. Coming up next is Christian. Christian is calling to talk about topic number 6, systemic racism and white privilege being real. Christian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
33, he, him.
Okay. Now, Christian, I believe systemic racism and white privilege are both real and exist. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree, to a degree. And again, I am so nervous. I've been listening to you for a long time. I'm really glad to finally get in on here. You just can't judge everybody off of the few. Like these few callers that have been calling in, they all sound like they were, white people, River, Jordan, all these guys. But, these guys are the feds. They're spies. You can't judge all white people based off the feds and the CIA who are in here trying to discredit you. Like I'm looking at it, and at first I thought that I was saying news, like, oh, look at these people. But I'm like, oh, man, these guys have been calling in like this for years. And it's crazy, because they obviously are white, but these white guys aren't necessarily my neighbors. Like, honestly, I've only ever encountered white people like this online. I only ever do. So is the systemic racism stuff real? You know, like I'm sure people are always thinking, oh, can't trust white people. And it's like, yeah, they do run Congress. They are our senators. They are doing some really bad things. But
Christian,
you know,
can I ask you? Let me
those
ask
are
you a
elitist
question.
people.
Christian, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would the way you're treated by your neighbors or the white people you know in your life would that erase the way that the system treats black people
Nope.
disproportionately?
Nope.
So
Nope.
what's the relevance of what you're talking to me about?
Well, you know, I guess, you know, maybe I am a little in that, the sunken place. You know, I just want, not all white people are bad. You know, I do bring up my neighbor.
Did I make
I
that
had
assertion?
good friends growing up.
Christian, did I make the assertion that all white people are bad?
No.
So again, I'm confused about what the point of that is.
I guess I didn't have a point, huh? Okay, well, then here's my second thing that I was going to. I suppose then at the end, you know, let's say that at the end we do find a way to get people to not be racist and all that stuff. I just hope that black people and non-white people don't become our, you know, our captors. I just hope that at the end of it, if we do ever seize control, that slavery and all that stuff, people not being paid for their work, that is eradicated. I hope that we can actually do it. And, you know, because at one point, you know, black people, Asian people, non-white people will come into power, quote unquote. And I hope that when we get there, we can, you know, actually do the correct things and be like, no, we're actually going to put that stuff behind us, you know, and not do those kind of things and not judge people, I guess, based on their past. But at the same time, not forget it, you know. But if their behavior is changing and is truly changing, then yeah. But as we can see right now, a lot of their behavior is not.
Christian.
So
I just am trying to come to an understanding here. Do you agree that systemic racism currently exists?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. Yes.
Okay, so then there's no disagreements here. I don't talk about what will happen after we end systemic racism because I can't predict the future. So it's just there's nothing for me to. But you agree that systemic racism is real. So that would be the end of our 100%. Conversation here because there's no disagreement.
Oh, unfortunately. I don't even remember the other points, but yeah, no, I guess that would be. I just, you know, they're not all bad. Just like how not all black people are bad, because there are some crazy ones, you know, crazy Asians, crazy Mexicans, all that stuff. So yeah, I agree. The systemic stuff, it definitely is, and it even persists to this day, unfortunately. But you know, I really just wanted to call in. The whole trans thing seemed like it would be too touchy for me to get onto, and I know you're trying to get to your food, so you know, okay. I appreciate you taking my call, though, sir.
No problem.
Could I touch on the train?
I'm just going to read the super chats real quick because what the actual fuck? What the fuck? Let's just read the super chats real quick and go through some of them. Goddamn.
Alright. Ryan sent a super chat, and she says she seemed so patient until she lost her shit. Oh yeah, I remember the call you're talking about. Yeah, it was crazy.
Wild call. Katie Poe said some parents just want to be dictators. It's so sad. They want to control their children because they just want to feel that level of control.
Randomification said my first super chat. What the fuck? That lady was wild. What is happening? Oh my god, that was so weird. Yeah, my first super chat, that lady was so wild. Yeah, I agree. Joshua Everett said she did not sound stable enough to be allowed to continue caring for children or animals. I don't want to make that assertion. Liquidy
and here we go. Liquidy Shib said, prediction, Sharif is going to be extremely bad faith. You were right.
Katie Iron Fist said, is Sharif actually Andrew? He sounds like him. I couldn't figure that out. It didn't seem it to me. Billy Sipes with a $50 super chat said, supporting the channel and giving Jovan the grace to jump from this call. I should have jumped earlier.
Octopuppet said, you're debating with Jesse Lee Peterson? Fuck, it felt like it, right?
Joshua Everdos said Sharif don't like it being reality.
Shit. Toast99 Bubble said Sharif said that Adam knows God better than Jovan, but Adam didn't know God was an evil monster whilst Jovan does. It's so funny.
Cephalo said God limited himself purpose when he became flesh. If Jesus was not of the omniproperties.
Trent Rose Boro said, thank you for your continued dedication to education. Love the channel. Thank you.
Katie Ivy said God as a whole ass book over fucking... Or what? God as a whole ass book over fucking over Joe, murdering his family and destroying his life with a bed. That is pretty evil too. I'm gonna read the rest in this voice. Lahu Peep said he, although in time was being created humans so vile and abhorrent he had to later command their genocide, he does not make their mistakes. Or change, by the way. God also regretted making people. Regret would imply that a mistake was made. And an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing being would make a mistake. Billy Hume said, wow, Billy Sipes is here too. Very cool, very epic. Said, being logically inconsistent is mind-numbing. This guy is just going to keep digging in, but I feel, bro. And Miggly shit said, bro is literally laughing. True. And then Billy Sipes with a $100 super chat. I got a joke, folks, but as always, I enjoy listening to your one debate, and this guy is silly. So feel free to use this as a pay to boo if you want to. Thank you for all that you do, Jovan. Billy, thank you for your continued support of the channel. It's super. This sounds like the Watch Mojo voice. Well, welcome to Watch Mojo. Wait. Welcome to Watch Mojo. Top 10 shittiest debate arguments. Carmo and Tagomoa said, I just want more of his voice mod. Say anything you want. Welcome to Watch Mojo. Anyway.
Here we go. We're back. Let's take the next call. I actually like that shit. Ugh. Oh wait, is my food here yet? Is my food here? Is my food here? It's 2 minutes away. There's a lot of people in the queue. Just wait. You're all gonna get got to. I'll get to every call, so just hang out. Right? I have to email. Fuck, I can't believe I did that wrong again. I'm so cooked. Chat, I'm so cooked. I can't believe I have to send another email. I have recently hired like tax people, and I have fucked up my onboarding multiple times for them. And I've had to email them and be like, hi, me again. I clicked the wrong button again. Hold on. So embarrassing. That's so embarrassing, dude. To have to email this lady back twice and be like, hi, I fucked up my onboarding twice. Welcome to Watch Mojo. What would my drag name be? Oh. You guys pick a drag name for me. I don't know. I just got McDonald's. I'm not fucking particular. Listen, I will fucking. No, I won't do that. That'd be funny as fuck, though. I have a friend who's a very popular drag queen, and part of me is like, man, I should ask her to do me up for a stream. She loves debates, so I bet I could get her to do it if I paid for her flight out here. If you've been a fan of the channel long enough, you know who it is because you've seen conversations that I've had with this person on like TikTok and stuff. I'm waiting for my food. I'm waiting for my food before I take the next call. But we are moving next. We're gonna Forrest, then Zach, then Evan, then Nathan, and then everybody else still has to get screened. So we are gonna get to you guys. I'm sorry that you gotta wait a little bit. Let me go get my food and then we'll. You have a favorite director? Bong Joon. Wait, no. How do you pronounce his name? The guy who did Parasite. That's my boy. Fuck with his shit, bro. Here we go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. All right, we're back. I got food. Big W. Let's take the next call. Coming up next on the stream is Forrest. Forrest is going to talk about the Christian God being evil. Forrest, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I am 19 and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay. Forrest, 19, he, him. No problem. All right. Now, Forrest, are you Christian?
Yes, sir.
All right. Forrest, I believe the Christian God is evil. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Yes, I 100% disagree. So I guess there's a lot of reasons. The main one being in John 3:16, the Bible clearly states, Jesus literally says that God so loved the world that he gave his only son. So.
Okay, so you're telling me that because God loved us and gave his son to us, that proves he's not evil?
Correct.
Why did God send his only son to us?
So that we don't need to sacrifice these animals and stuff like the Old Testament people needed to. That was basically the whole thing, was fulfilling the prophecy in Isaiah.
Why did Old Testament people need to kill animals?
As a sacrifice to God for their
To who?
To God.
Why did God require them to kill animals as a sacrifice?
Because Adam and Eve sinned, and as we know, there are consequences for our actions.
So because Adam and Eve did something God didn't like, God punished them and set up rules to where they had to sacrifice animals and do a bunch of equally as bad shit. And so to forgive them of the criteria he placed on them, he sent his only son to earth to be tortured and killed. And that's the good guy.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yep.
Could he have forgiven us of our sins without torturing a person?
Well, I mean, he can now. So, but
could he have done it before?
If you read through the Old Testament, if you read the whole Old Testament, everything leads right up to us needing someone to serve the eternal punishment.
Could God have just forgiven and not required punishment?
Well, I mean, that's how it is now.
So God is incapable of
straight to God
forgiveness.
since Jesus came down.
So God is
Because
incapable of
before Jesus
forgiveness.
came down to earth, before Jesus came down to earth, we
Also,
weren't
you're
able to
very
talk
you're very
directly.
quiet for us. We can't. It's hard to hear you.
Give me 1 sec then.
How's that?
That's better. So just so that I'm understanding here, because I like to be clear about what people are telling me. God punished us
Right.
for arbitrary rules he set, and he gave an eternal punishment.
An eternal punishment and
So an all
a
good,
way
all
out of that
loving God
punishment.
punished people forever?
That is what hell is, yes.
So we don't go to hell anymore.
Yes, we do.
So we are still punished.
If we don't prove ourselves worthy here on this earth, which we never will be able to do. That's why Jesus came to this earth. And he made it very, very simple that all we
Why
need to
would
do
we-
is believe in him, follow his
Why were
word,
we never
and
able?
bang, just like
why
that,
were we?
straight way to heaven.
Sorry, Forrest, I'm just confused. Why would we never be able to? To do? Why would we never be able to do good on earth? Why would we? Why was only Jesus able to do that?
Because, so how about this? Us as humans, we are humans, we're created humans. In our own human minds and brains, we are going to sin, correct?
We sin because God created the rules of sin.
So, like the 10 Commandments. I personally don't know if I've kept any of those. So,
You've killed people?
That is why Jesus. What's up?
You've killed people?
No. But if you look at the
That's one of the 10 Commandments.
New Testament, when Jesus. Right, but Jesus talked about that specifically in the New Testament. He said, "Do you not remember the commandment, thou shalt not murder? But even if you hate your fellow man, woman, whatever, you have committed murder in your heart." So hate is not wrong. I have hated a person. I'm sure you have hated a person. We've all hated a person. So no, I have not kept that one.
So God created a commandment that he didn't tell the people of the actual rules about the commandment until much later, and then got upset that people weren't following the commandment.
Well,
Seems
there was
kinda
a
weird.
ton of murdering and everything in that specific time.
Yeah, but you're saying that hatred in the heart's actually equated to murder, but God didn't tell us this rule at first.
Correct.
Why not? Why didn't he?
That's why we needed Jesus to come down to this earth, was to clarify those things.
Why didn't God clarify
One
it
of
when
the
he gave the rules?
Because, you know what, honestly, I don't really know. There's a lot of things that I don't know that I'm
Could it
still
be
learning.
that-
I'm still young, still learning.
Could
That's
it be
a
that
question I would
God
love to ask him.
Could it be that God wanted to punish us and he gets some kind of kick out of the punishment?
Well, I mean, the thing is, he said, "Thou shalt not murder," right? It's very simple, very straightforward. People still killed. So, I mean, us humans, we still rebelled, and we still were like, no. Even just that.
If I had a
simple question,
if I had a
we were
human
like,
living
no,
during
we're not gonna listen to that.
if I had a human living during the Old Testament times who thinks that they're following all the commandments, they're not killing, they're not murdering, they're honoring thy father, they're doing everything the 10 Commandments says, they are still going to hell because God did not tell them to not have hatred in their heart. Correct?
So you're saying, like, for the first commandment, if they didn't murder someone, but they hated someone and didn't repent of it, they're going to hell, is what you're saying. Like,
Well, that's what you're telling me.
Right. Okay, I got you. So basically, when people died before the New Testament, back before Jesus came to this earth and made a way so that when we die, we can go straight to heaven, they didn't have that same thing. So, or I believe, from what I understand, again, I'm not a expert Christian, as you could say. I believe, from what I understand, is that when people died, when Jesus came to this earth and died and rose again, people rose with him, because it said that when he was put to death, the saints rose from their graves and were
So
walking
everybody who
among
died
people.
prior to Jesus just suffered. Even if they were innocent, they suffered. Like babies
They
who
died.
died babies, so
They
they
didn't
never had.
suffer.
Well, no, they're suffering in death because they're absent of the Lord. So they're suffering in death.
They're absent. They would be absent of life. So the absence of life doesn't necessarily mean they're suffering or
Are
not
they
suffering.
ghosts?
They're just in the state. They're in the state of non-existence, basically.
So everybody was forced into a state of non-existence because God was mad at two
Well,
people
after they
and took
died.
it out on all of their children.
I guess so. I mean, I personally don't think being put to death, being in a state of non-existence where I can't even really comprehend that, just not existing, that doesn't seem like the worst thing to me. That I would personally think that hell is a billion times worse than that.
Do you think it's just to punish people's children for crimes they commit?
God clearly puts in, well, through Jesus, he says that he is the way. He makes it very, very simple and very clear that God is not the one sending us to hell. It is us sending ourselves because we refuse to do what Jesus
I'm
said.
not asking
It's
about hell.
clearly in the Bible.
I'm not asking
Okay.
about hell. I'm asking if God, specifically, if it is justified
Right.
to punish a child for the actions of their parents.
So punish a child. What do you mean by punishing a child?
Allow for suffering.
So sending to hell, or are you saying like the cancers, diseases, that sort of stuff?
There was no suffering before Adam and Eve ate from the fruit. Adam and Eve ate the fruit of the tree.
Correct.
Then there was suffering.
Right.
So is it justified to allow people to suffer for the crimes someone else committed? So now all of humanity suffers because Adam and Eve made a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I see where you're going. So that is basically where our free will comes in and where God chooses to kind of step back. If he wants to, he can intervene. But he gave us free will, which is he gave Adam and Eve free will, which, I mean, we can obviously tell because they ate from the tree. They gave us free will.
What was the tree?
Why does God allow that to happen? I personally don't know.
Forrest,
I
what
don't
was the
know.
tree?
I mean, it's just what?
What was the tree?
The tree was the knowledge of good and evil.
So Adam and
God
Eve did not
clearly
have
said not to do it.
Adam and Eve did not have knowledge of good and evil prior to eating from the tree.
Yeah. Right.
So how could they have free will if they don't know what is good and they don't know what is wrong?
Because they have it in their hearts. They were able.
They didn't
to
have the knowledge
say,
of good and
yes,
evil, so no, they
I
didn't have
obey
anything
God,
in their heart.
or no, I'm going to take from the tree.
They didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, so they had no clue that disobeying God was a bad thing to do. To them, it's just an action.
Well, we see. Right. Exactly. But we see, because us as humans, if I was a child and I drink alcohol and I don't know what that's going to do to me, no one told me beforehand, I don't know what that's going to do. But once I drink alcohol, I'm going to see what it's like and I'm going to be like, oops. Right? So it's kind of that same concept. They didn't
Forrest,
know
if I have a
what all it would
1-year-old,
be.
if I have a 1-year-old who slaps
What?
me in the face, if I have a 1-year-old who slaps me in the face, does that 1-year-old know that hitting me is wrong?
Probably not.
So how should I punish that 1-year-old?
I don't know. I don't remember how it's like to be a 1-year-old.
Should that 1-year-old be punished for this action?
Would you punish your 1-year-old child?
No.
Okay.
Punishing a being that does not comprehend that what they did is bad doesn't do anything. They don't know what is good or bad. So how would I punish them?
A child learn? If you let your child grow up
By
killing
giving them
people
the
and you never say,
knowledge.
hey, by the way, that's
You know how
wrong.
I would.
How are they going to learn?
You know how I
that
would
it's
help
not
them learn? Give them the knowledge of what is good and what is bad, which God kept from them.
Okay.
God didn't give them that knowledge. So they don't know what it means to make a. So they may have free will in which they can make a choice. They don't know what it means to make a good choice or a bad choice.
Right.
So
Yeah,
why would
they
I
didn't
punish
know
someone?
what they were getting into?
Why would I
Which is
punish
why
someone who
God
does not
protected us from them.
understand the difference of making a good or bad choice? Why would I punish that person? God didn't give them all the tools necessary for them to pass this test.
Right. I mean, he laid it out black and white. Do not eat from that tree. Eat from the billions
They didn't
of
know
other
it would be
trees that
bad
were
if they
in that
did.
garden.
Sure, God says don't do that, but to them, there's nothing bad about eating it because they don't have the knowledge of good and evil.
Well, I mean, God also told them that if you eat from it, you will surely die. So I don't know.
Well,
how
he
much
said that they would
clearer
die
it
that
can
he would
be.
say that they would die that day, and then they didn't. They kind of proved that he lied to them.
Well, maybe he didn't mean the physical death, but he meant the death of good things. Who knows? I don't know what all he meant by that.
He meant the death of good things. If you eat from this, I'm going to get... Let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Did Adam and Eve eat from the fruit because of their own choice? Or did someone tell them they should eat from the fruit?
Both.
Both.
That's
So
where
somebody...
temptation comes in. Satan tempted them.
Sure.
And they...
How is
Yeah.
Satan able to tempt them?
Because he was cast down to earth because he got prideful. Because he was an angel of God. And he got prideful. He wanted to be looked at, not looked through. And God casted him down onto earth. And bang. He ended up
So let's
in the
analyze
garden
this for a
as snake.
second. Let's analyze this for a second.
Serpent, I should say.
God creates Lucifer.
I know.
God is an all-knowing being, so he knows that when he creates Lucifer, Lucifer will turn from him. He allows Lucifer to turn from him anyway, because for some reason he gives angels free will, even though angels aren't people. So what purpose does free will serve to them?
Okay.
He then sends Lucifer down to earth. Lucifer becomes Satan. He goes into the garden. God knows he's going to go into the garden. God knows he's going to tempt Adam and Eve. And God knows that Adam and Eve are going to fall for the temptation because God did not teach Adam and Eve the difference between good and evil. So to them, the snake isn't evil. The snake is just now updating their frame of knowledge. God said something, and now the snake goes, oh, here's an update to your frame of knowledge. And now God is punishing them for a test he designed for them to fail. Do I get that right?
I'm not necessarily sure he designed it. But again, I'm not exactly sure how all that went.
Do things happen in the universe that go against God's will?
Yes.
So God, in his infinite wisdom, allows for things to happen that go against his will.
Allows? I don't know about allows.
So
but
wait, there are things that happen in this universe God doesn't know about?
Nope.
So he knows that these things will go against his plan and he doesn't stop them.
Well, if I put a bullet in a gun and I aim it at my head and I pull the trigger, physics and everything you can possibly imagine will point to the fact that I am going to blow my brains out.
Does God play by the rules of
Now, is
physics,
he
or is
going
God
to-
all powerful?
God is all powerful, 100%.
So what does it matter what physics is going to do? Does God, here I'll ask you, we'll go into like a real simple one. Does God want evil to flourish?
Nope.
Does God know every time evil is going to flourish?
Nope. Well, probably. I don't know. Personally,
Is God not
sure.
all-knowing?
Yes, he is.
So then he would know every time evil is going to flourish. Does God have the
Probably,
power to stop evil from flourishing without affecting our free will?
I would say so, yeah.
So he wants to stop evil from flourishing. He knows when it will flourish, and he has the power to stop it from flourishing without ending our free will, but he just doesn't.
Because we chose this for ourselves.
So he wants evil to, he does not want evil to flourish, but he lets evil flourish.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, I mean, I don't know. We make it happen. We kill each other. He clearly says not to. He created the earth so that
Could God
we don't
have created
kill
a
people, but
universe
then-
in which murdering doesn't cause us death? If someone
He
kills you with
created
the
an
intention,
earth where two people end up in a
could
garden that
he
is
have
happy,
could he
rainbows
have
and
created
butterflies,
a
absolutely
universe?
amazing, and we wouldn't destroy it.
Could he have created a universe in which if somebody goes to murder you, it doesn't kill you? That just doesn't work in the confines of the universe.
Sorry, say that again.
Could God have created a universe in which if somebody wants to murder you, if they go to kill you with the intent to murder you, you don't die?
Right. He probably could have, yeah. Who knows? Maybe he did.
So so you're telling me that this God who knows everything, can do everything, and is good, just lets bad things happen to people who don't deserve it. Because why not?
Potentially.
Potentially. Okay, let me ask you one more question. Let's say you were walking down the street and you get to an alleyway. And at the end of that alleyway, you see a woman being assaulted. You know, you could end that assault 100% with no risk to you or her. Is it bad if you do not end that assault?
Probably, yes. I would say so. If it's easy for me to prevent, I feel like it's my place to do so.
So it's not bad when God doesn't end every single assault, knowing he has the power to do that. It's not bad though when God
and he
does
does
it.
sometimes.
So all the other assaults that he doesn't stop, it's not bad that he doesn't do that?
Well, that's not on him. That's on us. He created us. Perfect.
It's not on you.
We
It's not on you when you're in the alleyway,
It
but
is.
you said that it would be bad if you don't stop it.
Yes, me being able to, having the ability.
God is able to.
Yes,
God
is
has the
able, but he-
ability.
Right. Yes.
God has the
Right.
ability to end every assault and prevent one of the worst experiences someone can ever go through. And he doesn't because we deserve it, is essentially what you're saying.
We don't deserve it. No, he doesn't think we deserve it. Yes,
He doesn't think we deserve to be
like
assaulted.
100%. We deserve every little thing we get, but
we deserve
God
assaults.
doesn't want that to happen because he loves us. He is a God of love. He is not evil. He
If
loves
he doesn't
us
want it
because
to
the Bible
happen,
says
why
so.
doesn't he stop
He
it?
sent his one and only Son to earth to
If
show
he
that he
doesn't
loves us.
want it to happen, why does he not stop it? He could prevent it with no risk
Because
to
us
himself.
as humans have this thing called free will that
Oh, okay. So the free will of rapists is more important to God than the safety and protection of people getting raped.
people are people, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, the free will of a rape. Do you believe, let's say you had the ability to end a rapist's free will. Do you think that it's better to end, let's say you're in the alley and the only way to stop this rape from happening is by controlling the free will of the rapist. Do you think it's a good thing for you to take control of that rapist and stop them from raping?
I don't know. I'm not God.
You don't know? You don't know
I'm
if
not
it's
God.
better. You don't know if it's better to stop the free will of the rapist than it is to allow someone to get raped.
Well, stopping that, yes, absolutely, that would be better than just letting it happen.
So why doesn't God take control of the free will of the rapist and stop people from getting raped?
Taking control of the free will takes away his free will, which is what God gave us. That's contradicting.
God
itself.
takes away free will all the time. Why doesn't he do it now?
In what way?
When the Pharaoh, when
How does he
Moses
do
came
that?
to the Pharaoh, God said that you will go to the Pharaoh, you will ask you for the Pharaoh to free you, but I will harden his heart and he will say no.
Right.
This implies that the Pharaoh would have said yes had God not stepped in.
It doesn't say that he did say yes, or that he would have said yes. No.
It's implied when God says, I will harden his heart so that he says no. That it directly implies that he would have said yes had God not hardened his heart. Otherwise, God wouldn't have had to harden his heart.
Right.
So knowing that God has stopped free will in the past, why doesn't he stop free will in this case? Or does he get some kind of sick kick out of watching people get raped.
He doesn't get, no, that's sick. He doesn't
Then
get
why
this
doesn't he
crazy kick
stop people from
out of
getting raped?
watching that, because he gave us free will. Humans are humans. I don't know how
Why
much better I
doesn't
can
he
explain
stop?
this, but I am
Why
going to need
doesn't
to
he
hang up.
take
So
the free
I
will of
hope
the
you come to
rapists away?
the understanding that God is love and he loves you. And
God doesn't love
I
me
hope
if he.
so
God doesn't
bad.
love anybody in a universe
Yes,
that rape exists.
absolutely.
Goodbye, Forrest. God loves nobody in a universe in which rape exists. Goodbye. Oh boy. All right, I'm closing the call-in lines. Everybody that's still in is going to get in. We have a bunch of you, so stay in, but the lines are officially going to be shut off while we take the rest of these calls. But you heard it from the horse's mouth, the Forrest's mouth. Protecting the free will of rapists is more important than stopping people from getting raped, which I just think is fucking crazy. All right, let's take the next call. Coming up next is Zach. Zach also wants to talk about the Christian God being evil. This is one of, we only have 3 more Christian God calls and the rest are different topics, so that's good. Zach, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns. Zach, hello.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Awesome. My name is Zach. I'm 28 years old, and my pronouns you guys could consider would be he and she. He and him.
All right, no problem, Zach. Zach, are you Christian?
Yes, sir.
Great. Zach, I believe the Christian God is evil. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree. But before I continue on conversating, what setup of debate do you want to have? Like, am I able to ask you questions, or are you going to ask questions for me first? How is that going to go about?
Whoever's point has more substance will take precedent.
Okay. So I do believe that, no, I don't believe that Christian God is evil. But to clarify too, I don't believe that God itself, which out the word Christian in there, that God is not evil.
That's fine. Do you believe the Bible is accurate in depicting the actions of God up into our current moment of time?
Using human logic, we can play his role and determine if the Bible is true or not, and having context of the stories of everything around the timeline and how it was translated and where the original translation comes from, that all plays a big part of whether the Bible is truly saying what it's saying. And then, yeah.
Okay, cool. What is the context that makes we'll take Numbers 31. What is the context that makes Numbers 31 a justified action?
That's a very good question. Could you clarify to me? I'm not sure how to answer that one.
What do you need clarification on?
Not sure the ends of the basic of the question that you're asking. Like, I'm not sure understanding. Like,
Do you
it's
know
like
what it
in
means?
context, like you're asking me what the number 30 is.
What? No, Numbers 31 is a Bible verse.
Okay, well, there is a bunch of 31 verses in there, but what are you referring to?
The entirety of the chapter.
The entirety of the chapter, like what story?
It is one. Numbers 31 is one story.
Number 31 is one story.
Numbers 31, the book of Numbers.
Okay, so
31.
The book of Numbers. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is, what makes Numbers 31 justified?
I want to answer your question, but I'm just not following. Like, are you referring to the chapter in 31 justified?
Yes. The book of Numbers, chapter 31. What makes what God did in this chapter justified?
Okay, 1 second. So your God was ordering vengeance to the Amalekites. Is that what you're discussing about?
This is the tale of God commanding Moses to take the Midianite people and slaughter them, and then divide up the
Yes.
spoils of war.
Yeah. So that is a story on my personal experience of reading that story. I did come across that type of question, like what made this to be holy war?
This motherfucker ain't never
What
read
made
the
this
story.
to be a righteous act of God, right? But up to a certain point, as I'm reading this context, I am kind of being torn apart where I'm using human logic and then I'm trying to justify God's logic. Would you suppose that those differences sometimes are a little bit hard to make more understanding on our level of human logic?
No,
When we're reading a story like this?
all logic should hold for God the same way it holds for us. If something is wrong if we do it, it should be wrong if God does it.
Correct. But God is, would you agree, is God beyond time and matter for him to see above what we see and what we cannot see?
That's the claim.
Sorry?
That's the claim.
Yeah, so would you agree that like he sees beyond what we can even comprehend or can't comprehend?
That's the claim. I would not, I like, if we're taking the Bible at its word, yes, the claim is that he can see beyond what we can see, yes.
Okay.
Hence why I asked
So
you what context. You're saying there is some justification for this, and I'm asking you what that justification would be. In this chapter, God specifically has Moses kill babies and rip babies out of their mother's stomachs and kill pregnant women and kill innocent people except for virgin girls, in which he says that they can keep the virgin girls and do whatever the fuck they want with them. What would justify this in any universe?
What would justify if this was good or evil? Is that what you're
Well,
asking me?
justified means it would be good because it would be justified. So what would justify this
Okay.
at all?
Okay. Well, that is a tough answer. Standing on where you are, on how you're viewing from the story from a certain point, you would say, no, God is evil. But then again, he has his purposes, and his purposes is for him to get to a level of the sacrificing during that time before Jesus.
So it is okay
For us,
to slaughter hundreds of thousands of babies
no,
as long
man.
as God
Of course,
commands
it's not
it.
okay. Of course, it's not okay, man.
So
Like,
then this wasn't justified.
but if he is asking for something like that to attain, and we have to be obedient to it. So like if you're, yeah, like from my human logic right now, standing on a story like this with the way that I feel and the way that I view things and the knowledge that I have, yes, like it I would say in a human answer, it would not be justified. Is
But
that
it's
what you?
justified if God does it.
But it justified that God does it. If God does something and he's beyond time and matter, we cannot comprehend. Okay, God, like this is
If
wrong.
God
This-
commanded you to slaughter babies, would you do it?
I would have a conversation with him. I would wrestle with him. I'd be like, why are you telling me these things? Is that really
God
from
does
you?
not
Or is that
allow
really from
for
the enemy?
conversations. He does not repeat himself. He gives a command and then he expects that command to be
Mm-hmm.
followed. So if
Oh,
God gives you this
but God is a
command,
father, though. Like
if
God
God,
has told me to do
Mhm.
things, and I've disagreed with him, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a conversation just like you and I.
if God
Mm.
specifically gives you a command, would you follow that command?
If God says for me to not to murder, then no, I would not. I would not.
He also told Moses not to murder,
I would.
and then had Moses
Yeah, he told
slaughter
Moses.
thousands of innocent babies. So my question
Yes,
again
but
is, if God asked
I know
you,
what your question. Yeah,
would you do
I
it?
understand your question. Would you do it if God asked you? If I were to
Fuck
say
no.
yes, I'd do it.
Fuck no. I would tell God
Then
to
that
go
means
fuck
that
himself.
yeah. So then
I don't care what
that's
punishment
every
he
human's
gives for me.
response.
I would tell him to go fuck
I wouldn't
himself.
want to. I wouldn't want to kill anybody either, man.
So you would disobey
If God
God.
is all love, if huh?
So you would have disobeyed
Yes,
God.
but then
The difference is
the
I don't
way that
believe
you're
God exists, right?
way
I don't
that
believe he
you're
exists.
the
I don't
way that
believe.
you're
Wait, hold on, real quick,
the
Zach.
way
The
that
difference in this here is I don't believe God exists. So me telling God to go fuck himself doesn't do anything. You believe God exists.
you
You
don't
believe
believe
that
that
disobeying God will send you to hell. You're okay with disobeying God and spending eternity in hell.
So you're afraid of being under, well, not afraid, but you don't want to be under any sort of law, like God's law.
I don't believe in God's law.
Yeah, I understand. So therefore,
Why would I
if
want to
you
be
know that
under
there's something
something I
out
don't
there,
believe in?
yeah, well, if there is something that many witnesses have stated that there is, but you don't believe in it, then you're choosing not to believe it, so you don't be in it.
You know what? I think you're right there. I should believe in thing that a bunch of witnesses say is true. I will, in fact, worship Islam. You're right.
Well, why did you head that direction?
Well, you told me to believe in things that a bunch of people believe in. A bunch of people believe in Islam.
Well, I'm not saying for you to do it. What I'm saying is like, if how on what standard of basis would you know that there is a truth and there is lies? Like a lot of people can say something and may have many witnesses, versus one people can say one thing. How are we going to know what's true and what's
Exactly.
lies?
So if that's the case, I'm going to
Right.
believe in Islam because a bunch of people believe in Islam. We have stories of people that knew Muhammad when he was alive. So like, I'm going to believe in that.
But then on your case, I'm not going to believe in God because what
There's no
exact-
evidence.
So
Because
that
there's no
way-
evidence
huh?
for God. If you were if
There's
you
no
were me,
evidence.
you wouldn't believe in God because there is zero compelling evidence for God.
There is zero compelling argument for God. Is that what you're claiming?
Compelling evidence. Anybody can make an argument. I'm saying there's zero compelling evidence.
Yeah, for sure. Agree. But in evidence, as in you need hard fact evidence.
I would need some type of some type of repeatable evidence that he's real. Yeah.
Okay.
Something compelling, something that's good enough to sway my belief.
If you needed something like that to sway your belief, what would you be able to ask himself to bring you evidence for you to believe? Would you be able to do that?
I have done that, and he never did it.
He never did?
Correct.
Okay. I understand where you are right now. If you ask God for something and he didn't bring you exactly what you were looking for, if you ask God for evidence and he didn't bring you, yeah, that can be easily discouraged for a human being to feel the way you felt.
Whoa. He didn't bring any
I agree.
evidence. He brought nothing because he doesn't exist. So nobody heard me.
Okay.
So no one could bring me evidence.
Can I ask you a personal question?
You can try, yeah.
How did you ask God?
Well, I was on my knees My mouth was open,
Mm-hmm.
and I was ready to receive.
Okay. I overheard you were talking to Forrest before, and I'm gonna lead up. But before I get there, you said about Pharaoh's heart that was hardened, right?
What about it?
You said that when God told Moses to go to Pharaoh and tell that to free his people, that his heart, or he's gonna harden Pharaoh's heart, correct?
He says specifically,
That it,
you will ask the Pharaoh to let your people go, but I will harden his heart so that he says no.
Okay. Now, to the question that, to the statement that you're telling me, your experience when you got down on your knees. How do you remember? Like, was this a long time ago, or was this recent? More like, how did you feel in your heart? Was your heart hardened, or was
No,
your
my heart
heart
was ready.
humbled?
My heart, much like my face, was ready to receive.
How do you know that? Like, did you feel a peace? Did you feel what exactly?
Did I feel at peace? I felt ready to
Yeah.
receive.
Did you feel? Well, somebody can have a hardened heart and be ready to receive, and then someone could actually be at peace or have be humble and then ready to receive. So I'm kind of asking more like your experience. How did you feel in that moment when you were on your knees with your mouth open and like ready to receive? Did your heart feel hardened, or did your heart feel humbled?
Nope, my heart was definitely not hardened. Only one thing was
Okay.
hard.
Okay, but your heart was not humbled.
My heart was not humbled. No, it was not hardened.
Okay. Okay. From my own experience and from what I've witnessed of having questions that are very hard to answer, like the question that you're asking, like from number 31, every time when I came to God and every time I got down on my knees, with certain questions I've asked, he always remained silent, and some other questions I asked, he responded. Sometimes he responds in voices. Sometimes he responded in certain visualization that I'm having. But I realize that a lot of times I cannot hear God is because of my own heart has been hardened, or I'm having so much pride that I
Okay, so
want to be
there was
above
something,
knowledge.
there was pride that I had, and so because of that, God wouldn't come for me.
Yeah, because so like if you're reading the Bible, right, and then he says that he resists the proud, or but he gives favor to the humble. Would you know why he says that?
Would I know why he said that specifically?
Yeah, like do you know why God says that he resists the proud, but he's close to the humble?
Well, he definitely wasn't close for me, but no.
I know, my man. I heard you in the first place. I'm not discrediting you or disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to win this argument here. I'm more just I was scrolling, I saw you and you were chatting, and I just felt led to call you. That's the whole purpose of this call. But I just wanted to understand more like where you're coming from. And I like that story. You got down on your knees, you tried, and you didn't get a response. And yeah, if honestly, if I
Yeah.
was in your shoes with the
I just,
experiences
it
that
could
you've
have been the
had,
case that I
would.
didn't have the stamina for it, you know?
You didn't have the stamina for what exactly?
To make God come for me.
Okay, so just to clarify, stamina is also the same word. Is this also the same definition of patient? You didn't have the patience for him?
Sure, I definitely got impatient, yeah.
Okay. Now that's valid, my man. Like if like getting impatient for something that you wanted done at a certain time, yeah. Like you're here trying to cook a steak, and this steak takes forever to cook. Yeah, we're gonna get impatient because we're hungry. We want something right away.
I
So
was
yeah,
definitely hungry, yeah.
I'd agree with you. Right, yeah. Like just now, like the fact that you were hungry and you just put up your phone and order something, it came quickly. Now imagine you ordered that and it took 3 hours. You'd be
Only
impatient.
everything could
Yeah.
come quickly, you know?
Yeah. So just as an encouragement, like the fact that you and I are chatting for this long, and you're on this stream for all these people, and you're giving this freedom of speech to be able to just ask questions, disagree, agree. I oppose as a challenge to you the fact that like you and I are breathing, like the air is being consistently provided. I challenge that you just get yourself a little bit more stamina, because I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of things in this world that is going to be opposing to your own belief, vice versa, my things too. I challenge that you get a little bit of more stamina for you to hear.
So you
And
think
in order
maybe
for you to hear,
if I could have lasted more than one round, I probably could have got God to come for me.
ask that question again. I didn't understand.
Like if I had the stamina to last for more than a round, I probably could have gotten God to come for me.
You,
Or
sorry,
do
the
I have
last
to
part.
come for him first?
Do you have to come to him first?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like is God a giver or a receiver?
He's a giver. He's always
Okay.
providing us air, so he's always giving us air for us to breathe.
God is a giver.
In order
Got
for
it.
us to chat right now, like, huh?
No, I'm just confirming. I was just agreeing with you.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So what the stamina part, I do understand, and that's very valid. I think any human being who gets impatient or deals with impatientness, and they're trying to get an answer, and God is not giving to them, yeah, like, yeah, you definitely would just give up, because that's the easiest thing to do. Following God is not following Jesus and following God. They're the same thing. It's not easy. Like my walk with Christ is not. I'm gonna contest it to everybody who's listening to this. It's not an easy walk. I'm not calling here to say that this is the walk that is going to be the easiest thing. It's not. I have my own doubts. I have my own challenges, and I do wrestle with
But
God
even through
on
your
very different.
doubts, God was still able to come for you.
Even through my doubt, God is still able to come to me? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. But there are times where I have to take into account that he's right there in front of me, but I'm just ignoring him. Like,
I
and
promise
in a
I wasn't
very
ignoring him.
simple,
He was getting my full attention.
Huh? Oh, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm pretty sure that you weren't ignoring him, but there is something blocking your view to hear him or to see him, and you got to
There's
get to
definitely
that point
something
where,
blocking the view, yeah.
huh?
There definitely was something blocking the view, yeah.
Most of the time, from where I'm standing, is always the word sin. Sin has always been the number one factor that blocked off us from God to have a relationship with Him. Now, which Forrest was bringing up that point where Jesus came to restore the relationship, to be able to have a relationship with God. But everybody has a difficult time because, like you, I prayed,
At this
I
point, am I
asked,
bullying?
He didn't come. So
Like, true
where is
talk.
he?
Is
I
this
don't believe in him.
bullying
So
at
why
this
should I
point?
believe in a man or a person or a God, this all-knowing being? Why should I believe in something like that who doesn't even listen to my own prayer? So I'm not that important. So why would I believe in him? I do understand where you're coming from, but I see that there is something blocking your view and your ears and your mind and your heart to receive what God has for you. Now you got to get down to that level. I can't help you. That's where you got to go yourself. He is a giver.
Which level
And if
specifically?
you ask him huh?
Which level specifically?
The level of, like, when I said the level, what did you catch on that? When I said the down,
Like, which level do I have to
evil
get
level?
on? Because I've been on like some pretty deep levels,
Okay, so I appreciate you being, witnessing and being vulnerable in that type of manner.
I was definitely
If
vulnerable.
you have, and huh?
I was definitely
I know,
vulnerable
man.
at the time.
I know.
I was in like
I
a
know
very
you were
vulnerable.
definitely.
I was in a very vulnerable
In order for
position.
you
Yeah,
to be on your knees, like that's a very vulnerable position. Like being
I
on your
agree.
knees, that's not a very like proud moment. That's a very humble and vulnerable moment. You were practicing that and you didn't receive anything, right?
I didn't receive what I wanted.
Okay. Uh, I don't mean to be get personal, but I told you my age. But how old are you?
45.
You're 45. Okay. I asked a question to an older couple, which they are like in their 80s, and there's a bit of a gap between people who are that older and us. Like, oh no, you're 45 and I'm 28. There's a big gap between there. And I asked them a very,
Not a
very
big enough gap.
intellectual question was about what's the biggest difference from your guys' age and our age? What's the most
There's
challenging
like
thing that you're noticing?
there's like 4
And one of
inches
the things that
difference.
he says is that in this time of age, because of how fast we're able to get things, we have been so developed on what we specifically we want something, we need something, we are attracted to something, and we want to get it super fast. And the reason why we're like that is because of phone, of technology, how fast things get traveled. Would you agree that it plays a part on that type of level of spectrum?
Are you saying that if I had just, I don't know, if I had just stayed on my knees for longer, maybe I could have gotten God to come?
That's a very good question, right? The longer I stay on my knees, is he gonna come? I'm gonna be honest. I think the fact that you did it already,
He's got to
he
know.
already wants to
He
give
has
you,
to know,
but
right?
because of your impatient, and this is where the
He
enemy,
has to
this
know
is
what I'm
where
saying.
sin takes place.
He's got to
Sin
know.
and the enemy, they like to take into account like, okay, this person is so impatient. I'm going to intensify it because I need that person to stay away from God. That's what I've noticed with lust on my side. When I see a woman who looks very attractive and I say, okay, that's my nature, but my lust has gotten so intensified because it's trying to pull me away from something that's good, that's not gonna harm me, and the enemy wants me to go somewhere that is gonna harm me. And the next thing you know, because of I'm imperfect, I ended up in exactly the place that it harmed me. So I know the difference where I follow something that I want, realizing that what I wanted actually caused me like a lot of harm. Now, obviously, it has to be in contact because things that we want, like we want good health, that's good. Do we want to be unhealthy? That's a little bit contradicting that part.
Let me just confirm one more thing.
Yeah.
The way I could have gotten God to jizz all over my face was to just be more patient. Thanks for calling, Zach.
Did you say?
There's absolutely no funnier way that could have ended. I gotta be honest. That has to. I have to end there. I gotta be so for real. To the people in the queue, please. We're gonna be live again at 9:30 tonight. We can take literally every single one of those calls. Please call back. I know I said I was gonna keep going, but that has to be where I end. And I'm so sorry that you waited. I promise you, if you call back tonight, me and Ari will get to you at 9:30, or you can call me back tomorrow at 2. That has to be the last one for me. I'm so sorry. There's no way I can even remotely get something that will heal me like that call just healed me. So I'm so sorry. I am going to cut that here. I promise to God, if you call back tomorrow or tonight, we'll get to you. I'll even screenshot all your names so that way I tell Ari we get to you first. Yeah, no, that's yeah. That's the show, guys. That's the show. Real quick super chats. Liquidy Shit said, bro's literally laughing. Carmela Taco Bella said, oh wait, I read those already. Colin said, oh my God, you guys are sending a bunch of, I didn't know YouTube did these gift shits. Colin said, would it be possible to send you an email regarding the use of the term addict? That this is my career field and I'm very passionate about it. business@jovanbradley.com if you have anything you want to tell me business-wise. Feed me the trans something. Hold on, I'm trying to see what the full name is. Feed me the trans agenda said, hey, Javon, I'm a trans woman in Canada working with a local refugee lawyer to host a webinar for queer Americans seeking asylum. I sent you an email. Oh, cool. If you send it to business@jovanbradley.com, I will get to it this week. Liquidy said, when you were on your knees ready to receive something was hardened, but it wasn't your heart. True. Eon Des said, Javon, this is just cruel. Keep going. Shit. Lena Lang said, I can't believe Jimmy missed this. No, deadass, I just sent this call to Jimmy immediately. Guys, thank you for watching. The full stream will be up on the VOD channel tonight. It has been a really fun time. What a fucking day. Today has been a fucking fun time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I will see you guys tonight, 9:30 for my stream with Ari. Be there or be square. And I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.